Okay, hello and welcome. Just see if you guys can hear me. Hello. Just refresh. Okay. Okay. Sound testing. Sound testing. How's the sound here? All right, let me get my headset because I think I'll be able, the sound will be better with my headset. Okay, hello. Hello, hello. Well, thank you, TB. Hey, Reba. Okay, hello, Vibe and Shine. Right, Reba, this must be your first time joining. So you'll be able to see the chart when I read for someone, because that's what I have on screen. So great to have all of you here. Welcome. Happy Saturday. For those of you who would like to jump on the list, that's the information and how to do it. 2525 for a one question, one chart mini reading. And if you want to add tarot and oracle to that one question, one chart mini reading, you want me to do tarot with it, then that's going to be $35.35. You can either make payment through PayPal or Venmo, up to you. And the links to do so are listed above there. It's so nice to connect with everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. I did adjust the sound, Vibe and Shine, so just let me know how it sounds now. I ran and got my headset. But it's great to be here with you. Welcome. If anyone wants to jump in, you can, but otherwise, I would love to know how last week's new moon went. What was the new moon like for you? Anything of note happen? Definitely let me know what your new moon has been like. Let me just refresh my page here. New moon went. Okay. All right. Hey, Talene, I have your payment here. Let me know, Talene, what is your first question? And we'll get started. You will be first. It's so nice to connect with you guys. How was your new moon? What happened with your new moon in Gemini? Any shifts, any changes, clarity, insight, big conversations? It was definitely a big conversation new moon for sure for some people. And I think Talene is probably just typing out her question. So we'll have Talene on our list first today. Cool, Vibe and Shine. Sounds good. So happy you're out of the hospital. That's great. Good for you. Congratulations. It's going to be a great new vibe coming forward. That's awesome. Awesome. New vibes coming forward. Jupiter in Aries, Mars in Aries. Today, the moon is in fire sign Leo. So it'll be an interesting energy since the isolation is what broke me. Very good vibe and shine. Good for you. Hey, Libra Rising. Great to have you. Sounds really good. Can't wait to read for you, Libra Rising. Hey, Kylie. So good to see you, sweetheart. How's the last week been? I would love to hear what your new moon in Gemini has been like. Such good stuff, Libra Rising. Such good stuff. Or not Libra Rising, but Vibe and Shine. Your new moon in Gemini brought forward release energy. Just nice. Got you right back into the place you need to be health wise. So that's good. All right, so we'll read for TB. And then if anyone who's just joined would like to get on the list, the information to do so is right there. Oops. Your Q. Okay. TB. There we go. Was not the new moon in Libra was not great, or Gemini was not great for relationship. Yeah. But I made a business account. Good for you, Kylie. Good for you. Yeah, it was a moment in time where some truth and clarity would have come in, some conversations about things would have happened. And, sometimes there is a little bit of, there can be people who just, once you have those conversations, it can just be clear there are people you're not on the same page with, a little bit of sliding off the same page, so to speak. Hey, thank you so much, TB. Appreciate ya. If anyone else wants to jump on the list while I read for TB, you definitely can. Let me let me actually do all of this in a new window real quick, because I think that'll be easier for me. Yeah, great. And here we go. Let me share screen now. And let's construct TB's chart. So here we are, Canada, and we're going to do Montreal. And we'll do 5/7, 1985, 10:51 a.m. Okay. Here we go. I blocked him. I needed a lot more space. Oh, wow, Kylie, that's a big decision. But it sounds like you're finding a way to get what you need, which is good. Okay. What do you see around health for me? Some small health concerns have come up recently in different areas that have been affecting my day to day. Yeah. So it sounds like a transit to the sixth house or the sixth house ruler. And your sixth house here is governed by Capricorn. Okay. The ruler of Capricorn here is Scorpio. Yeah. So you would have had an eclipse that hit that 25-degree mark. I think it was actually the last eclipse on May 16th, and that was a lunar eclipse, a completion cycle. But what's interesting is on a lunar eclipse, specifically conjunct Saturn, this is telling me that whatever the issue was that came up, it surfaced because two things, several things really. In the world of health and well-being, Saturn governs detoxification and detoxing, like the hard reset. So whatever came up, a detox, even if you broke bones, which I see you may have here with Saturn, but a detox is going to help facilitate healing, and help move the healing process along a lot faster. The second thing that I'm seeing here is with an eclipse to Saturn, whatever came up and the way that it came up was more of a warning sign than it was a like signal of a deeper issue. This was your body sending, like firing a warning shot in some ways, like whatever it is, no matter how bad it was, your body is saying that this could get a lot worse with Saturn and Scorpio. Being the eclipsed sign, if you're not paying attention to how to get better, literally right now, this is like the precursor to a major health thing, what I'm seeing here. The other thing that I'm seeing is that whatever it is has also been going on. This has been in development in your body for some time, that this isn't something that came out of nowhere, even though the warning shot may have come out of nowhere. Saturn governs things that are slow moving. And so while the warning shot came with the eclipse, this was actually something that had been developing for some time, which is, again, Saturn governs time. This is why for you, this operated as a warning that if things continue to go in the direction they are in without a change of habit and behavior, because sixth house governs those day-to-day habits and behaviors and routines of our life, without any change to the day-to-day habits and behaviors, this warning will become something much bigger. And so habits and behaviors, when I'm looking at Scorpio in the fifth house, this looks like it could be reproductive health related. When I'm looking at Saturn, this has to do with bones. This has to do with like the spinal cord, etc. So there could be things that, like I said, detoxification wise are going to be very useful for you. And what I'm also seeing is, as a final step, Capricorn on the sixth house tells me that there's something in the world of body movement, body kind of something you're doing with the body, something you're doing with the third dimension. It could be as simple as the kind of detergent you wash your clothing and sheets as that needs a detoxification, or it could be something more like what you're putting in your body, the food, the chemicals. Is it organic? What kind of pesticides it may have on it? It could be something more like that with pertaining to the body, internal or external, that just needs some level of upgrade. It could be all of the above, using a water filter, both in the shower and in the water you drink. All of these are the kinds of things that would be signaled by the specific placement of the health stuff that's come up. So, Celine, hopefully that's useful for you. Definitely detox. I would specifically look into upgrading the water. I'd also specifically look into some form of transformation when you are doing physical activity, either getting a physical activity, switching up the one you've got, that kind of thing. All right, Celine, let me know how that resonates, sweetheart. Okay, so we are done here. Thank you so much, Talene, for letting me read for you. Now we are going to do Libra Rising. Thanks for being here, guys. If you'd like to jump on the list, you definitely can. You're welcome, Celine. Okay, so Miss Libra, clunky question. Next relationship twin journey, odd unknown. So perhaps another. Okay, Libra rising. As you can see here, as I'm constructing your chart, I need a location for your birthplace. If you can provide it, that would be great. 3/25, 1970. And 7:20 p.m. Okay. And yeah, let me know what the location of birth is so that I can drop the chart, create the chart. Welcome to anyone just joining. Great to have you. Especially if you're new, welcome. I definitely have seen a couple of new faces so far. My name is Kay Moon, and I'm a twin flame channel and Western astrologer. And this is my live mini reading channel where you can ask a question and I'll read your astrology chart for you in reply for 25.25 USD. And if you'd like to get me to pull a tarot and astro card for you, or a tarot or oracle card for you in addition to the astrology chart reading, so that we can have greater illumination and clarity and channeled insight, then it's 35.35 there. Great to see you, Katie. Welcome. How have you been, hon? How was your Gemini new moon, everyone? Okay, maybe Libra Rising didn't hear me, but I'll just let Libra Rising know. All right. So we're getting ready to read here for Libra Rising, who's joined the chat. And I'm going to read for Libra Rising, both the astro, and we're going to do a little bit of tarot for them. Excited to be here with you guys. Just waiting on Libra Rising to post a birth location. Okay. And after Libra Rising, we'll have Katie D. So Katie, go ahead and ask the question because you will be next, Katie. And Katie, maybe Libra Rising got a phone call and couldn't be here. That can happen. So if you're ready, Katie, we'll go ahead and do you now and come back to Libra Rising. Welcome in, everyone. I'm so curious. Please let me know, how has your new moon in Libra been, or sorry, Gemini been? That was just this past weekend, past week, I believe it was Monday here on the East Coast of the United States. But I'd be very curious what it's been like for you. Okay, thanks, Katie. We're going to read for Katie now. We'll come back to Libra Rising. Brookhaven, 11/14/1988. And 8:17. 8:17 a.m. Okay. Cool. Yeah, no problem, Katie. Let me see. Calliope has joined the list. Okay. Katie. Cool. Okay. Interesting stuff going on career wise. Your career house sits at the 0 degree mark of Libra. That makes Venus its ruler. And so it's interesting. It looks like something would have come in here. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Katie, you have another question? Different question? Yes, go ahead and change questions, Katie. But you need to paste it like now. If it's going to take you several minutes to write out, then I'll go back to Libra rising. Hey, Natasha, welcome. Welcome. Great to see you. I think you might be new. Okay. But it's great to have you here. Okay, so moving on. Interesting energies. Like I was saying, we've got Mercury retrograde here in house 7, pertaining to that Venus making a harmonious aspect to your 10th house of career. What the other interesting thing is that's going on is that we have a Mars retrograde in the exact same location at the end of the year. And so this is telling me 7th house is partnership, 10th house is career. There is something in the world of work alliances that it looks like you may have needed to revisit, Katie. Either if you have a full-time job, either collaborative partners from a project that you finished, there's something that popped back up recently that will again crop up when we get to the Mars retrograde at the end of the year. This also looks like, because that Mars retrograde Mars rules your 4th house of home, there could be some back and forth around, am I going to work from home or am I going to work from an office, and what the office is going to provide to make it possible for you to work at home. Will they provide equipment if you need equipment? But if you work for yourself or freelance, this looks like some level of changes on the partnership front, perhaps with the people you live with, so that you can even be productive at home. These are the biggest kind of changes that I'm seeing go on, but there's something thematically that seems to need to get dealt with in the world of partnerships and collaborators via communication. Air signs govern communication. And so both the Mercury retrograde and the Mars retrograde seem to have mirroring issues. So the stuff that's come up for you literally during this last 3 to 6 weeks with the Mercury retrograde, these very same things are going to show up for you in December for revisitation and potentially to work it out. Looks like communication or illumination would have happened with it during the Mercury retrograde, but it's like the impetus, the action taking, the clarity and green light to move forward on changing the circumstance, that doesn't happen until December. So if there's been some discomfort in the relationships with people that you collaborate with, partner with in any way on the work front, there's been some discomfort in there. What I would say is hang tight. The solution may not be evident until we get to the other side of the next eclipse series during the Mars retrograde then. Okay, so there we go. Katie, let me know how that was for you. How that resonated. You have to let me know how that resonated for you. Let's come back now to Lily here, Libra rising. Libra rising, what's your question? Hello, SR, and Libra rising. I think you may be behind in the chat and video. You will need to refresh the video, exit, and come back to be current. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I work from home and can get a higher paying job, but it's not remote. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a big decision, I see, with these things coming in via a retrograde cycle that has like a mirror retrograde cycle later. In the same year, it's telling me that this isn't going to be an easy decision. And even if you take the higher paying job, um, that's not remote, you even then you for again retrogrades bring things back around, you may go back to working from home even then. So welcome everyone. I see Madeline has jumped on the list. We may not get Libra rising back. I don't know where they went. I see birth information. Okay. Got it. I see. Let's go ahead and do this. Just want to know generally about relationship, it looks like. Libra rising was born in New Zealand. Let me go ahead and share a screen. For anyone just joining, welcome. I'm about to do a read for chat member Libra rising. We'll just pick Mulford Sound and then 3/25, 1970, 7:20 p.m. After Libra, we're going to do Kelly K. So Kelly K, if you could both make sure you're current in the chat and also prepare your question and birth details, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so what's the next relationship stuff for you? Looks like that's what you'd like to know. Hey, Nelvin. Hey, Maddie. I have you on the list. So welcome. Nelvin, welcome. Great to see you. Great to have you here. If anyone who's just joining would like to get on the list, just see the pinned button up at the top in blue. That pinned button has all the information you need for payment and where to make it to jump on the list. I offer astrology readings, which is what you're about to see me do for Libra Rising for 2525. And then you can get an additional set of information from a 3-card tarot pull, which you'll also see me do here for Libra Rising as well. Okay, so Libra Rising wants to know about relationship stuff. So let's take a look here. What we have going on is some interesting transformations in the relationship house. Last year, you had a Uranus conjunct to the ruler of this relationship house, Mars. And this would have created a lot of insight, revelation around what does it mean to love the way I love, to go after relationships the way I go after them. It would have created some insight and revelation also about some of your behaviors in relationship and what you would need to change. Uranus represents change in order to have the kind of relationship that you want. This is a big one. I imagine through the eclipse cycle that also hit this Mars, the ruler of your relationship house, you've received some changes, not just insight, but perhaps changes of relationship status in the third dimension. Let's just say if in a relationship you were the one who was taking all the initiative to keep things together, I'm seeing the eclipse cycles that just hit your Mars and the one we had last year. It would have switched you from initiator to receiver or vice versa. And because of this, I can see you're in a bit of new territory relationship wise, where it's time to, you're going to be spending the greater part of this year and definitely next year, sort of upping your game. You are in a relationship season in your life, a 3-year window of time where relationships do tend to come to fruition. They tend to be opening up in your world. Next year, in the 3-year period, being the height of it. And so hopefully you're getting yourself out there, you're connecting with people in meaningful ways for you. Then perhaps someone during this year, you could find someone to date. That would be great. And I'm seeing that unfold literally in the now time if you're putting yourself out there. But what I'm also seeing here is 7 degrees Aries. Yeah. I see someone coming in this year that could be a potential that has a lot of staying power for next year. So, I have talked about this a lot on my channel, that there's union energy anchoring here on Earth at this time. And with that union energy, for some people, that energy is not going to come through their divine counterpart. It'll come through some kind of interaction with self or soul group or source, or it'll come through a soulmate. And so with that, this is giving you an opportunity to really deepen your the ways, your understanding of how you're showing up. It's your opportunity to deepen your mirror so that what you want can manifest. But again, with the Aries is the sign of the individual, the self. This eclipse cycle would have brought forward some revelation. Oh, this is what I do in relationship. Okay. Now that I can clearly see the mirror, what do I want to change? What do I want to shift? So good on you. Whenever we're applying ourselves to doing the work in our world, it does facilitate breakthrough. To get something new, you got to also be willing to do a new thing. You can't expect that doing the same thing is going to get a different result. So I'm excited for you. Let's go ahead and do your 3-card tarot pull here. I'm using for you today the Light Seer Tarot, and I'm getting that that's the wrong deck. So switching over, instead of the Light Seer, the Santa Muerte Tarot is what's being called out for you. Interesting. Eclipses would have hit your moon and your Jupiter too. Okay. Yeah, you've had some changes, potentially change in relationship status is what I'm hearing intuitively as I tap in. It sounds like there was an ending, although I don't see, could have been an ending. Yeah. Okay. So first 2 cards came out. Let me get card 2 and card 3. And Natasha is on the list. Let me card 3. Okay, interesting. So you 2 want to come out as a clarifier set. Okay, so I think you might be new. My setup does not yet hey Flower, welcome. It's not yet available for showing the tarot cards while I pull them, but so I'm going to tell you what I've got. This is a 3-card pull, but what's interesting is that the first card came out with its own clarifier and the third card came out with its own clarifier. So we have Justice reversed and the Tower. Yeah, so it does seem like something ended because the give and take wasn't right. It wasn't equal. It wasn't balanced. Then we have 3 of Wands upright. Then we have Star reversed, Strength upright. Interesting. To me, as I'm tuning into this just reads kind of like you ended a connection or stepped back from a connection because of the fact that it does look like you were doing all the work. Either that or there was an imbalanced set of ways of dealing with one another. You wanted one thing, the other person wanted something different. And so they were showing up doing what they wanted to do, but not really being present with you and what you wanted to do. It wasn't equal in the kind of give and take. One person had to take a lot more than the other. And so I see that this breakup wouldn't have been something you wanted, not at all. It was something you felt like was necessary. And because I'm sitting here, we're in a relationship read. I've got the Three of Wands here. This Three of Wands card in this deck, it has three heads, three people, literally. It's not like the Three of Cups, three people. It's just like there are three brains here. And so this is almost telling me that there probably was some level of third party influence that created what's going on here. And I'm not necessarily picking up that this is like another romantic person per se. I'm picking up that this is others, like a mom or a sister, like just other people, friends who are like, you should do this, you should do that. No, you should do, he shouldn't be, and she shouldn't be. And that's not fair. And that's not, and just, it's a vibe I'm getting of like too much idle chit chat about your relationship to you from people around the both of you would have facilitated some level of like, that's part of what caused this. And so what's fascinating is the clarifier that came out, even though the star is reversed, and that's the one where we kind of channel in possibility, even though the star is reversed with strength upright in this deck. This is telling me you're going to have the opportunity to kind of silence, get more space, more clarity, more silence around what those people were saying. And it's through the process of eliminating that back chat, that chit chat, that advice giving from people who just aren't helpful. They love you, but their advice isn't working. This is telling me that through that, you're going to have the opportunity to really kind of get back into a healthier balance with this connection. At least in terms of being fair to yourself in the connection. So that's what I have for you. Third parties don't necessarily have to be, another person. Third party can be like in this circumstance right now, I'm a third party, right? Third parties can be readers telling you things about the connection that, comes through their filter. Third parties can be all kinds of other things. Third parties can be a mom or a sister or a boss that's like, hey, I need you. Hey, I need you. Hey, I need you. At times when your partner and you have made plans, the job just continues to interrupt, that kind of thing. So that's what I have for you, Libra rising. You'll have to let me know what resonated here, but I'm certainly seeing that shift in the world of who am I and what am I giving to this? And is this fair? Is this right? Is this balanced? Next up, we have Kelly K. So Kelly K, if you would please paste your question, that would be fantastic. After Kelly, we've got Maddie, Natasha, Karen, and SR. So Natasha, I'm going to ask you to hold that information for me until I get to your turn. For anyone who's just joining, welcome. I'm Kay Moon. I'm a twin flame channel and Western astrologer. And this is my live mini reading channel. I can read an astro chart for you for 2525. And if you'd like me to add on tarot or oracle pull for facilitation of deeper insight, and for me to tap into my, intuitive abilities a bit more to get more information for you, that's 3535. Payments are taken or received via PayPal or Venmo, and the links are right there. So we're just going to give Kelly an opportunity to post her information. Please paste. Yep. Birth details. And it is you, Kelly. birth details and Q. I'm going to read here for Kelly. Then we're going to do Maddie, then Natasha, then Karen. I'll be right back. I just want to grab something from the other room. Okay. All right, Miss Kelly, let's get into it. Thank you so much for pasting that info. And thank you everyone for your patience. So Miss Kelly here is from Greece, Athens, and we're talking about March 6th, 1983, and we're also talking about 2:40 a.m. So this is Kelly's chart. This is Kelly's chart. And so what I'm seeing here at Libra Rising, I can see you're a bit behind in the chat. So just keep listening. Your reading does come forward. All right. Let me set the timer here. All right. Kelly asks, I'm in a good place, currently in business. I'm single for 7 years in business, currently in business breakthrough and smooth communication and work cooperation with twin. I'm in a good place with myself, mission and source. I'd like to know if there is a potential during this union window to anchor or land a romantic relationship. Yeah, I would say so. For you, it's a combination here. It looks like of the eclipses and the retrogrades that are going to bring it in. Specifically, the Mercury retrograde that we just had would have facilitated, it's over here in that 6th house of revisitation of day-to-day romantic relationships, things that are developing, but not quite there yet. It's that in-between state between, hey, we just started dating, and hey, this is something real. That 6th house for you is governed by a sign that talks about soul family. And so what I find really interesting is that you're in a good place with your twin. You guys are communicating. This may be on its way in that direction without you even knowing it. The Mars retrograde will be very telling on the other side of the second eclipse cycle. That second eclipse cycle is the end of October and 2 weeks later in November. And then right after that, we move into the shadow of Mars retrograde. And that Mars retrograde will happen in the same house that the Mercury retrograde just hit in, lining up and moving from communication, which is Mercury, to action, which is Mars, and things moving forward. Now, what's interesting is retrograde energy is taking a step back before taking a step forward. And so I'm not sure what happened romantically for you during the Mercury retrograde with twin or with somebody else. What I'm seeing here is that things will now start to pace themselves in a steady movement forward romantically for you now that Mercury retrograde is done. Hallelujah. As of yesterday. And as we move into the second eclipse cycle, I do see something shifting. Your Mercury, the ruler of your 7th house of committed partnership, and your Juno will be impacted by the remainder of this Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle that goes into next year. And so Juno is your partnership asteroid. She governs your divine feminine energy. She sits here in the house of self-worth, self-esteem, self-value, in the sign of detachment from worldly values into attaching into your own unique values. And your Mercury sits here too. So, in this run up to things kind of potentially moving forward romantically in some way, in this run up to that, what I'm seeing is, some changes inside you and the way you value yourself, take care of yourself, that seem to facilitate a step back romantically are actually the exact foundation and groundwork needed to create a step forward, even though it may initially retrograde look like a step back. So that's really exciting, that self care and the way it's all unfolding for you, Kelly. The way that it's opening up relationship. I would say when you're looking to see relationship truly land, based on everything I'm hearing here and seeing here, from a timing perspective, Kelly, I would say it's probably going to be some time next year. And the funny thing is that I see it almost sneaking up on you. Like, I don't know. Like, this is telling me like all the planetary movements through your chart, from Jupiter in Pisces to all the way now, Jupiter in Aries harmoniously aspecting your moon. You're already on track for a romantic relationship to come in. I'd say it's already blossoming, it's already in development. You're just not aware that it is. To you, it doesn't look like it is, but it is. It absolutely is on its way in a romantic direction. You just don't see it yet. So, that's what I got for you, hun. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. You'll have to let me know how that resonates. Now it's Maddie's turn. Welcome, everyone. Maddie, it's your turn. Please paste your cue and birth details. And I'm just adding now Danielle to the list. Okay, so we'll read for Maddie, then Natasha, then Karen, SR, Rosa, and then Danielle. Okay. Thank you so much, Maddie, for being ready when I called your name. I really, really appreciate that. Natasha, if you could please get ready, because it will be your turn as soon as I'm finishing. As soon as I'm finishing here with Maddie. Let's see. Denmark. Whoever shared this, I thank them. Where did you guys, are you guys on this list, or did you come through somebody else's channel? I'd be very curious. For those of you who are here, may have come from elsewhere. I'm grateful that person shared. Okay, Copenhagen, Denmark, March 4th, 1988, 4:55 a.m. Okay. So you're curious just kind of what's going on. Semi-separation in late November of 21. Now haven't heard from him since early April. Got it. Got it. Maddie, I'd be curious what your birthday is as well, if you wouldn't mind just sharing that in the chat. But what I'm seeing here, let's go back to late November. So there was an eclipse then. I believe the date was 11/17/2021. Let me see his south node. Let me see his gateway point. Okay, interesting. 29 degrees Leo. January 23rd. Okay, so you're a Capricorn. Or sorry, you're a Aquarius. So air and water. Okay, interesting. Aquarius. And you are an early Aquarius. So this Saturn would have hit your chart, not his. Okay, got it. And so where is his moon? There. Okay, so a couple of things I'm seeing going on. When I'm looking at his chart for what could have facilitated something like a separation, I'm seeing the placement of Neptune would have been problematic. I'm seeing because it's opposing his moon. Moon is the ruler of his seventh house of committed partnership. I'm also seeing Saturn having kind of retrograded back and forth on top of his Mercury. That Mercury is the house of like dating and flirtation. And then finally, the final piece that I'm seeing here, let me see, Scorpio, Taurus. Yeah. It wasn't the Scorpio Taurus eclipse cycle that facilitated challenges and changes here. It was the Gemini Sag eclipse cycle. And with that eclipse cycle deeply impacting his Chiron, his wounding, Neptune opposing his moon, dissolving his clarity about his emotions and need, and Saturn on top of his Mercury, shutting down his capacity to communicate well. This to me is looking like an energy of needing to go within to do some healing. And I don't think he's done yet, especially with Saturn approaching his sun in the same house of his sun. It's going to be a little bit of a process for him, especially with Neptune opposite his moon. Let me see, semi-separation, early April. All right, so the next eclipse that seemed to be significant for that time frame was April 16th, 4/16. Even though you may not have heard from him before this. Okay. Yeah, you know what's interesting? I'm seeing here that there may be some financial difficulties in his world, and that may have been a part of this for him. It's really unfortunate because, I don't see something here that wouldn't be work outable if the two of you were talking. I'd have to see your chart for that. And like I'm saying, I'm seeing the timeout really being called more by your guides than his, even though he's the one that backed away. I see this happen a lot when there's a difficult lesson on one partner's side. It's the other partner who will pull away so that that partner can have the space to really dig into the lesson and learn. So I can see that the way Saturn's aspecting your sun through this period of time, this would have been the case for you. Let me just see. Why is this looking more like, oh yeah, that was 2021. But this is not the time period. Early this year, early April this year was when you hadn't heard from him. Yeah. Yeah. I see that for him, it's still money. There's still an issue here with money and self-esteem. And so because of whatever that is, a lot of us have our sense of self-worth and our ego and our pride deeply tied up in what's going on with our money and our capacity to take care of ourselves here on earth. And so I'm seeing, because there was some changes there, unfortunately, Maddie, there was a need for you to step back. And because there's a lesson going on your side, there was a need for him to also step back. So there's that. Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that, because it's during this time period, the Fed raised interest rates. I don't know what he's trying to draw down from his retirement accounts, but he may have found that the tax liability for drawing down on early retirement is just going to be high in such a way that it deeply is impacting his plans. But I'm seeing something was going on with money. and a dissolution of a dissolution of plans and expectation financially. Okay, it is Natasha's turn. So Miss Natasha, please paste your cue. And birth details. So it's Natasha, and after Natasha, there's Karen, and then SR, Rosa, and Danielle. Yeah. Like I said, there's some kind of lesson on your side that would have facilitated the time out, and he just stepped back with Saturn hitting your sun. I don't know what that would be. But if you want me to have a look, we can definitely read your chart if you want to do like a private reading. The info to do that is on my website, kmoonastro.com, or we can do a separate one question if you'd like. Sorry, moved from Canada in early fall. All good, Natasha. Okay, let me pull up your chart. Share screen. After Natasha, we're going to do Karen and then SR. So Karen, if you could get your question ready to paste when I call your name, that would be great. All right, Miss Natasha, Canada. Um, 7, 23, 1984, 6:35 a.m. Start timer. Okay, Natasha says, relationship consciously uncoupled but good standings. Recently met activating man who thinks we're twin flames. It was deep and powerful. He's now dipped. I'm also planning to move from Canada in the early fall. Although my astrocartography shows Venus running through Ontario where I live, I'm planning to move. Been distracted by him because I need to focus. Okay, well, what's your question? What would you like to look at? Would you prefer to look at love, or would you prefer to look at relocation? Just let me know what your question is and we'll dig in. All right, so you want to look at the relo. Okay, so I'm not. Okay. Saturn hitting your 4th house cusp line could set it up for you. Venus is the ruler and has already been aspected. Okay, yeah. If you wanted to relo, I'm seeing it, if I'm being honest, this being more of a setup and the opportunity to properly move coming in next year. If you wanted to move before next year, I see it's possible. I just don't see you having the same level of luck finding a really ideal spot until next year. And so, if there isn't anything that's like super clear, like, hey, this is a great spot, or this is where I need to be, that kind of thing, in terms of like housing specifically, I see this getting to a place for you where, you may in fact want to move now, try to move now, and then end up waiting it out instead of trying to do it this year, because you just can't find something that is ideal until next year. Some of this may also have to do with what's going on with, finances in the world. Like it's just expensive. Rents have jacked up, housing prices have gone through the roof. And so I do see that you may be looking to try to get it. Like part of why you may hold back this year is because you find good places, but they're just not for good prices, the right prices, or at least not a price you want to pay. And so you may give it a shot give it a wait and try again next year to give it a shot. And that will help you in getting more of what you want. And the reason I say that is because next year is when you have Jupiter full on in the sign of Aries. And when I'm seeing Jupiter hit harmoniously this Venus, which is the ruler of your fourth house of home, Jupiter will bring auspicious luck and opportunity to that fourth house of home. And so you'll be able to find more of the right thing then than you will now, although you can certainly start looking now. Okay. Yeah, that's what I have. It's a good thing. Just be thoughtful about it, Natasha. I see the way you phrased this here. This is just a gentle nudge. It looks like the way you phrased it speaks to wanting to move because you're feeling strong feelings. Just make sure you're not running instead of dealing and healing. Okay. All right. Natasha asked for 3-card tarot. The rider Waite is what's being called to. Let's go ahead and shuffle for Natasha, and then we'll read for Karen. And let's give it a third. Hopefully you're familiar with the Rider Waite deck, and we will give it a third shuffle here. Okay, so talk to us about Natasha's relocation. What is there to know about Natasha's relocation? She'd like to relocate. What can you tell us about relocating for Natasha? Okay. No, it cannot be relationships because Venus is not the ruler of your 7th house of committed partnership. In your 3-card tarot pull, we have Ace of Wands upright. We have the 9 of Swords reversed, coupled with its own clarifier, the 3 of Pentacles upright, and then the Knight of Wands upright. So Ace and Knight, interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting. I almost see you like, okay, so you say you always run, and then you add a clarifier about relationships. So even it's funny because I'm even watching you run in this reading. The very first thing you talk about is love, but then you land at a question about relocating so that you could not have to feel love. And then I name that for you and I tell you, sure, the opportunity is there for you to run if you want to. Here's the timeline, since that's the actual question you asked. And then I'm looking at the tarot card spread, and the tarot card spread wants to talk about love. So what's interesting in this combination is, I'm seeing you get up the curiosity to be willing to explore. I really like seeing the Knight of Wands paired with the 3 of Pentacles upright, because this talks about bringing more stability to the Knight of Wands nature, where it's not just, quick in, quick out. And instead, there's an opportunity to explore, to see, to try, to, let's no expectation, high hopes though, Let's actually put our money where the mouth is and see where this can go. Ace of Wands talks about new beginning. And I love that Three of Pentacles upright came out with a Nine of Swords reversed. This is clarifying pretty clearly that once you actually show up for it, your anxieties go away. But it's the self-isolation. It's the trying to deal with it by yourself that you're having feelings for another person instead of actually sharing them with the other person. It's sharing the thoughts. Essentially, this is talking about vulnerability and transparency. That's the energy that's coming through as I'm looking at these cards. Normally, that Nine of Swords shows this person who's sitting alone, crying up at night, up in their head. But this is really telling me, because it came out as its own, the clarifier for it was the Three of Pentacles. They're clarifying each other. This is telling me that if you can just talk to him or her about what's going on in your head, you're going to find that this has the opportunity to become something really positive and really good, instead of, you kind of running from it and then repeating the cycle. So I like to see that for you. I think that's really positive energy, but the choice is yours. Is the option there from the universe to run based on what I saw in that chart? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, so it may not be him you share with, and maybe you need to take a look at adjusting your share methods, because if you're sharing in the way that the energy is showing up in this reading, what that sounds and looks like is it sounds and looks like the kind of person who would say things like, based on the energy of this reading, 1 minute, what are we? We can never just be friends. And then the next minute, oh no, we have to be just friends. It's like you have internal back and forth energy. And so your sharing and your vulnerability may not actually come with the congruence that allows the other person to stay open to you, is how this is reading, Natasha. Okay, now we have Karen. Karen, it's your turn. Please paste your cue. And birth details. After Karen, we have SR, and then Rosa, and then Danielle. So thank you guys so much for being here. It's always a treat to read for you. Happy Saturday. And if anyone's just joining, I'd be super curious, what was your full moon like? What was your new moon in Gemini? How's the last week been? We just had that new moon last week. Shifts, changes? Yes, completely. Thanks for that reflection. I agree. Okay, good. Good. Yeah. I would take a look at that for yourself and dig into kind of, because that Nine of Swords energy really is kind of back and forth in your own brain. And if you're back and forth in your brain, you better believe people are experiencing you as back and forth in your behavior. So if you can share congruently, you might get a really clear and congruent response from your person as well. After Karen, we're going to do her now. Then we're going to read for SR, and then Rosa, and then Danielle, and then Jessica. Welcome all of you. So fun to have you here. All right, Karen, thank you so much for pasting that information. I am going to go ahead and read for you. I just need to know what your question is. Natasha, it might be useful to check out the personal development school. There's a quiz on that website about your attachment style. I think there's some attachment style work at the root of, or attachment style challenges at the root of what's going on for you. And if you can kind of answer or get some support around shifting your attachment style, which you can find at the Personal Development School's website, you're going to be in a great place to have positive relationships come forward and not have to relocate if you don't want to. Okay, so we're waiting for Karen's question. And SR, if you could get ready so that when it's your turn, you can just paste your question here in the chat, that would be great. Okay, here we go. Let's see what Miss Karen has to say. Miss Karen would like to know when union is. So I can't predict or guarantee that. I can't do that for anyone. But what I can say is that you do end up in, you just wrapped up the first half of a very positive relationship cycle for yourself. And that relationship cycle came through the transit of Jupiter there in water sign Pisces, harmoniously aspecting water sign Cancer. And so, what I like to see about this is when Jupiter transits the seventh house of committed partnership from a harmonious aspect, Jupiter brings opportunity, it brings luck, it brings expansion, growth, it brings back hope and faith. And so, I'm seeing the potential for someone to come in this year and next year. It's a 2-year window of time that has some of the higher potential in the last 7 years to bring a relationship in. Now, you get to choose what you're doing with this energy. Source can only, host the party. Whether or not you go to the party, that's up to you, Karen. So if you're not out there, you're not looking, you're not letting people know you're on the market, you're not having fun out on dates, you're not connecting, this harmonious energy just goes, goes to waste. But what I'm seeing is if you can find the things to do that you enjoy doing, specifically in the work of service or volunteerism, it really does help amplify the energy, whether it's a twin or a soulmate or somebody else, some other kind of connection. Specifically, volunteering on causes. And that's based on that sixth house aspect this year. And the late fifth house, things that you value, things that are important to you. It's really the right time to put yourself in those settings for almost like taking a stand, being of service. The more you can do that, the more it just sets the energetic vibration for some kind of union energy to occur. Because like I said, you're in a personal union window as of right now. It was this year, goes well into next year, and gives you this, gives you an opportunity for love to come and settle in with you, which I really like to see. It's fun to be able to report on that. And certainly there's an opportunity with you and twin if you want it. It's just, are they open to it? Are you open to it? That kind of question. Both people would need to be open if in fact, you wanted for them to be the person that you do this with. I and so it's great. You found a soul tribe. That's awesome. I'm not necessarily seeing this as a soul tribe union transit. This year, this is more romance this year. Next year, there's a bit of soul tribe amplification, union with the soul group. I see that more so next year than this year. But, if you want to use the energy that way, you always can. You have the free will, opportunity, and choice. And so I like seeing this energy and the opportunity it's bringing forward for you to come to a place where, you're just opening up value. This is second house of value that's aspecting your seventh house of committed partnership. And it sounds like, you're in this place of just standing in value, being of contribution to the world, valuing yourself. And in so doing, it's just sets up the potential for love to come in. Transits like this particular one, this year and next year, once every 3 to 4 years, I'd say. So enjoy this energy. All right. Very, very cool. Miss Karen, I see that you wanted to have the tarot to go with it. Wow, it's so interesting. I haven't really been called to use the light seers today yet. So for you, the Tarot de Santa Muerte is calling. It's a beautiful deck if you haven't seen it. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to show screen and show the cards, but I will pull 3 cards for you and take any self-included clarifiers. So Karen wants to know about love. And is love coming in? That's too many cards. First card has come out. It is the Moon upright from the Tarot de Santa Muerte deck. Too many cards. Let's just see. Give me 2 more cards for. Oh, they all wanted to come out kind of simultaneously. Tarot de Santa Muerte. Santa Muerte, Spanish word for death. It's a Dia de los Muertos deck. Okay. Something feels off here. Why is it? Because these 3 came out as 3 and they never come out as 3. They always come out as 1 or 2. Okay, thank you. 1. Thank you. 2. There we go. Interesting. Okay. Moon upright and 6 of Cups upright and 3 of Pentacles reversed. Bottom of the deck, Magician. You know, it's interesting. This is telling me that if you wanted to do a little bit of manifestation work to call love in, that actually would be a really good thing. Specifically working with the moon cycles. The most important, yeah, because the 7th, no wonder your 7th house of committed partnership is governed by the moon. It's a Cancer house. Okay. All right. The moon changes signs every 3 days, and on the full, it rolls into, I'm sure you probably knew, every 2 days. On the full moon, we're releasing, and on the new moon, we're building. I'm sure you probably know that. But if you wanted to work with the new and the full moon energies for manifestation, I'm seeing that this actually setting just, it doesn't have to be very much. It's just setting the intention. And what's interesting in the 3 of Pentacles card in this deck is there's a guy who, there's water on all the cards. The moon card, there's a woman looking into her reflection in water. The 6 of Cups card, you know, there's a woman carrying 6 cups of water in her arm through her garden. The 3 of Pentacles card, this is water. There's a guy watering 3 seeds that are just coming to sprout. And then bottom of the deck, the Magician card, there's all the elements on it, including water. This is really telling me that water work is what's going to be useful for you during this period of time to allow relationship to come forward. Utilizing water to facilitate bringing relationship towards you, releasing old relationship energy, baths, really doing your spell casting or whatever you do with water. Like activating your water, but also working with liquids. So like flower essences, sea salt sprays to clear your energy, flower essences for healing, herbs and tinctures that have plant medicine in them to help detoxify and prepare and build you up. This is exciting energy and water you. Yeah. This is really, really exciting energy. That this is telling me that what you want is manifestable. It's just a matter of being willing to manifest it. And so, we can't manifest a person, obviously. But you can manifest connection. You can manifest, love coming in the way that it wants to present. Right? And this is telling me that specifically for you, working with water and moon cycles will help you a lot, kind of maybe maintain a consistent vibration. And in maintaining that consistent vibration, that'll really help you too. All right. Because when moon plays a prominent role in your chart, rising or descendant, or your work house, your home house, one of the odd things about it is that emotions can really take you off track at times, in terms of what you're manifesting. Emotions can really put you on the wrong path because you're cultivating a vibration that you're stuck in every 2 days, which can have you all over the show. But this working with water in this way, I think will help you get more in sync with your own, what it is you're trying to create. SR, it is your turn. Please paste your question. SR, please paste your cue. It's your turn. Oh, and birth details, please. Okay. Let's see what's happening down here in the chat. Karen loves being around water. That's so great. Thank you. You're amazing. Thank you, Karen. It was a treat to read for you. I'm glad to see you're open to receiving The vent, welcome. Great to have you. I'm so curious what has happened since we last convened. So curious. Let's share a screen here. After I read for SR, next in the chat is Rosa, then Danielle, then Jessica, in that order. All right, so let's go ahead and set up SR's chart. All right, so SR, have you being born April 12th, 75, 10:20 a.m. Vientiane, Laos. Okay. Been through some big lessons. Any communication opportunities with my counterpart soon. Been in separation approximately 2 years. Wow. Okay, yeah, I see the separation energy here in your chart. It's evidenced by the Saturn transit through the seventh house of committed partnership as of the start of 2020 through here. And then we didn't really get here until last year, 2021. He sits at 15 degrees Aries. She sits at 16 degrees Taurus. Interesting. I'd be curious to look at his chart to answer this question, but what's interesting is Jupiter return. Is that 15 or is it 5 degrees? Okay. So you have an interesting Jupiter return going on, sweetheart. I see that it's possible. How is your natal chart set up? Cardinal. Okay. So you would, I imagine you would have taken initiative by now. Okay, SR. So when I'm looking at this for you, I'm seeing, yes, communication opportunities certainly there. It's going to really depend on how you guys left it, because I'm not seeing, if separation has continued into this year and no one's made a move yet, what I'm seeing is that you have the potential to at least open doors this year. And then next year, it looks like you have the option to move back into some sort of communication a little sooner than this year, which is, or not a little sooner, but you can have it happen sooner. You can have it happen this year, but it's going to depend on how open you both are. On your side of things, I'm certainly seeing you're probably more open than your person is, because I'm seeing lots of harmony starting to open up the closer we get to 2023. Lots of it. But what I don't see here on your side is a reason for the separation to continue. That which I can see in a chart, like, oh, there's a lesson going on here. And because that lesson is going on, I need to, separation is warranted for me to learn this. That could actually be going on his side. Now, what's interesting about some of this energy as well is that for you, because I see the initiative energy on your side, there's more initiative and action taking energy on your side, and simultaneously more sensitivity. One of the lessons for you has been specifically about not being as reactionary to when you're feeling something or when you're hurt, number one. The other lesson has been that other people can have feelings too, and that the third lesson has been that you have your own abandonment wounds that need your attention. And this stuff would have been showing up for you as of 2020 when Pluto squared your Chiron moon conjunction. I'm seeing abandonment wounds needed to get dealt with. And if they hadn't been dealt with, they would have really posited themselves inside of the connection from your side so that you would have to deal with them. Hopefully this time apart has made some space around that, not asking other people to be the balm to our wounding is a really key part of learning how to be in partnership in a way that respects other people's sovereignty and makes space for them to be there, being responsible for our own wounding. And so I love seeing this because this is telling me that, I don't see you being the kind of person who doesn't grow, who resists learning, who's, kind of not showing up for it. But I am seeing here that as long as you are showing up for it, SR, you have that beautiful potential to, restore communication, because there's not, at least, like I said, there's nothing on your side that's telling me separation is warranted at this time. There was, but that ended at the start of this year. So it might be a good idea to just, reach out to your person. Maybe, I don't know when their birthday is, but you say happy birthday to them, or just let them know like your door's still open if you would like, if they are open to reconnection, there's some growth and learning, and offer a really good apology for your own parts of the circumstance. All right, Rosa, it's your turn. Because please paste your cue and birth details. After Rosa, we're going to do Danielle and then Jessica. There's only those two left on the list. So if you would like to get a reading, know that your wait will not be very long, and you're welcome to jump on the list. With a payment of $25.25 to Venmo or PayPal for just an astro chart reading, which is what you saw me do just now with SR. And I can also facilitate add some clarity to that with a tarot card or oracle pull for you. All right, let's go and see here. Thank you. That was great. Good, SR. And I'm glad you got it, that there were lessons in that. That's great. Okay, so your manager who's been at the job for a month gave you written notice. Wow. Meanwhile, I had a lot of shows produced before she got there. What it is is that she's rude, condescending, and bitter, and I don't talk to her, and I don't let her talk to me like crap. Got it. Yes, came in swinging. I got good news too, but my job is being in jeopardy is a bit more important. I totally understand that. Okay, so you're ordering the coffee. Wow, that's intense, the event. She'd only been there a month. Sounds like maybe there are some stylistic differences there, and she has an idea of what a person who does that job or that role well, she has an idea of what that looks like. And you are getting the job done. It just doesn't look the way she thought it would look. And so she's, she's mistaking what she thought it should look like with that. Perhaps there are some other other ways to get the same job done that look maybe a little different. Let's see, Rosie Perez, Lakeport, California. I'm sorry that she doesn't speak to you guys respectfully, though. And that's a problem. That's really unfortunate. And I don't like hearing that people are being spoken to disrespectfully at their job. Okay, Rosa says, I feel he's still going through lessons and growth in separation. He got married. I have learned big lessons and my soul loves it. Okay, got it. He reaches out via text about once a week. Got it. I haven't had communication since wondering I'm wondering where we stand. Okay, Rosa, that's an interesting question. When I unplanned intimacy with twin flame, we are in communication, but not in using. Rosa, just let me know whose chart this is. Is this his chart or your chart? If you could just confirm for me, is this your chart or his chart? I had to get it off my chest. That's funny. Okay. Um, this is your chart. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I really appreciate that. All right. Um, where does she stand in the world of love and relationship or um her connection with her counterpart? No, no need. Okay, he's still hanging out in your 12th house, divine masculine energy. And so what's interesting about this, the yeah, I definitely see that there is an ending here and a new beginning here. The vibe I'm getting from this is very Seven of Pentacles upright, where there's something happening underground that hasn't yet fully manifested in the third dimension. 12th house is subconscious mind, its connection with the immaterial world. It's the energy of behind the scenes. And with Jupiter rolling through that house, Juno, the divine feminine, rolling through the sign correlated with that house, 12th house, 12th sign. This is like segmented and staged for a full and complete ending before it moves into a full and complete new beginning. And what's ironic is that the ending, the new beginning, is written into this ending. Aries is the new beginning sign, but it's in the last house of your chart. And so I think what's happening here, yeah, the eclipse cycle hasn't even finished. And that's going to impact your first house, seventh house. Okay. And then we have the Uranus North Node conjunct on top of your sun. This is telling me, is there another way I can interpret this? Let me just open up and see. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it now. Okay. So yeah, there's a completion here, and that completion is it hasn't all the way ended. Like there's Rosa, I hate to say this there, but here's the deal as I'm seeing it. There's more ending yet to come. That this what's happening now between you and him as intimacy while he's with somebody else. I'm looking at your chart and there's just too much energy here that's telling me that this is going to come to a fuller completion and a fuller ending before it is fully reborn. And so will it be fully reborn? Yes. But fuller ending is on the menu here. And I don't know that you're going to get it this year. I suspect that you're going to get that fuller ending sometime next year. And then there's a year of a bit of quiet. There's a year of a bit of withdrawal on both parties' sides. And then it goes full on rebuild. After that, there's an opportunity where both counterparts, Jupiter and Juno, pop out in your first house where they're visible again. They're no longer in a process of a resurrection cycle, which is what they're in now. And so, what you're experiencing now, this is a setup for a lot of growth. This is a setup for, an opportunity for a lot of transformation. This is a setup for deep, deep personal exploration for both of you, learning some big lessons for both of you, big realizations, big insights. And then from here, after that, the rebuild becomes very, very plausible on new ground. Okay, so you're not sure he has anyone else. I must have misunderstood because somewhere up here you had said that he had some okay, communication not union. Okay, I missed it. Yeah. Okay, so it's helpful. Danielle, it is your turn. It's helpful if you can put everything inside of kind of one chat, kind of keep it together. Because once the chat really starts to move, it's difficult for me to be able to put all your pieces together. Okay. Danielle, go ahead and paste the birth details and your question. When I'm looking at this, I'm going to shuffle for you. Now, damn, still not the Light Seers Tarot. I wonder what's off in vibration with that deck. Maybe I just need to sage it. Rider Waite for you. Okay. SR said I got it. Okay. All right, Rosa. Shuffling for Rosa. Okay, still need to shuffle more. Clearly, too many came out. Rosa wants to know, is she going for it with her twin flame? Like, should they go for it? Rosa wants to know, should they go for it? Should they go for it? Shuffling for Rosa. Once more. Shuffling for Rosa. Okay. Should her and her twin go for it? Oh. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. So here's what I got. 6 of Cups upright, the Magician reversed, the 8 of Swords upright, bottom of the deck, 7 of Cups reversed. This is really talking a lot about, you know, when I put all of this together, both of you have strong, fond memories that allow you both and pull you both toward one another. But there's some work to do here. There's those strong, fond memories, that bond is always going to be pulling you two together. But when I see Magician reversed and 8 of Swords upright, this is telling me that it's the good, strong memories, the nostalgia alone isn't going to make this manifest with the Magician reversed. That there's some stuff that both of you are choosing not to look at. That is why it didn't come together all the way in the way the potential says it has the capacity to manifest as. The full potential wasn't reached the first time. At this juncture, there are some things the two of you are not seeing that is also what's causing it to not fully manifest. And so there's some growth work, there's some exploration work that needs to be done, some revelation work, some willing to face some difficult truths work that needs to be done in order to get the potential to manifest in its fullest capacity. Going back to your chart here, I can't say, if I'm being honest, that that the information you need in order to overcome those hurdles has been fully presented to you yet. To me, it looks like the information that you need comes forward, astrologically speaking, next year. But going back here to what I'm seeing here in the cards, like I said, bottom of the deck, that 7 of Cups. Here's what I would say. There's purpose with the 6 of Cups being the leading card. There's purpose in that you guys had that unexpected intimacy, that there's now this feeling of a gray area. There's purpose to it, but it's not the purpose of coming back together yet. It's the purpose of understanding why it hasn't worked out yet. And it's through that revelation that things can actually come back together. But it's this step, this gray area, this step is necessary. It's unskippable. this place where you're open, you're hoping, you need it, you're wanting, you're choosing it. This step is a necessary step in helping you understand why the connection has been bound up to begin with, and hasn't fully manifested its full potential. So in terms of should you go for it, my answer to the question based on what we just saw here is let the connection be what it needs and wants to be right now. If further intimacy unfolds, great. If further intimacy does not unfold, great. Whatever your feelings are, don't abandon them. Be honest about them to yourself while staying connected to your person, and give yourself permission to just look, okay, what am I learning from this? What's my heart revealing to me from this? Because it is the path of the heart with that Six of Cups upright that's really trying to help you get to a good place in this connection. But it's via the separation that you kind of unclog the pipes based on what you learn in this separation that then facilitates movement. So it's a necessary step in a longer process. Danielle, did I say? Yes, I did. I said it was your turn. And then Nick just jumped on the list. Hello, Mr. Pendergrass or Miss Pendergrass or they Pendergrass. It's so lovely to have you. You are next on the list after I do Danielle. So I have Jamaica Me Crazy, Jessica, SR, and then you, Nick. Okay, we'll go in that order. Give me 1 second and I'll reshare screen while I put together Jamaica Me Crazy's chart. You'll have to let me know how that resonates, Rosie. You'll have to let me know what feels, it may not, but if there's something in there that resonates, let me know. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Danielle. Let's see what's going on here. For those who are just joining, welcome. I am offering one chart, one question, mini readings today. 25-25 for a single chart reading. 35-35 if you want to add on tarot and astro to that. The links to do that are listed above in the blue pinned chat comment once you open your chat box. So Miss Danielle would like to know, personal life is overwhelming, and when I get to work, I just can't deal with the people anymore, but job is easy. For 3 weeks, I forced myself to go in. I now can't do it at all. Trying to get personal leave. It works so hard to accrue vacation time. What do I do? Transfer units, work less hours, or get out and wait for who knows? Don't want to risk my livelihood, but having a really hard time with life as of late. I'm also risking a big bonus next year if I don't get full hours this year. Damn. All right. All right. Danielle, this is really interesting. As I'm looking at it, I see there are some changes to come. And I hate to tell you this when you're physically uncomfortable, especially as a fixed sign, your tolerance level for discomfort is just so much higher than other people's. But I'm going to invite you to sit tight. I would consider starting the process of looking for other employment or other work. I see that the potential to have that other work come in certainly surfaces next year. If you start looking now, it looks like you can transition into something else, but there's more to come. And if I'm being completely honest, I suspect that some of the people that you just can't stand, that you've been dealing with, some of them are going to leave. And if you can ride this out by next year, yeah, I'm seeing some of them go. If you can ride this out by next year, I'm seeing the workplace feels a lot different because some of those people have left on their own. So I again, I hate to tell a fixed sign to be patient because you're already patient. You've already been sitting in a place of discomfort. You've already been in a place where you've realized this just hasn't worked for you. This has already been going on for some time, I'm seeing. As we started the Sag Gemini eclipse cycle at the tail end of 2020, I'm seeing moving into 2021, it has been a real pain in the butt with some of your coworkers. Nevertheless, I'm seeing if you can make it through this year, once we get to the Mars retrograde in Gemini, I see either the return of really good people, a reshuffling in the departments, or just new people coming along altogether during that Mars retrograde. And the whole place, if you can give this 6 to 9 months, just feels different than it is now. So I would say if you can give it 6 to 9 months, do. If you need to transition into another role within the same company, I would let people know, hey, I'm open to transitioning. I'm just curious to get to know more about the company. I'd love to be a better asset through learning in some other roles. Are there other roles available in XYZ department that you happen to know has better humans in it? And just let them know like it would be a temporary exploration and see if you can find someone within the organization to sponsor you around it. So if you can do that, what I like to see about this is that it just positions you for that pay increase that you talked about next year without having you completely pull out your hair in the meantime. It also facilitates you becoming a better asset to the organization and to your current team. And once some of the other people have disappeared, which I do see they will do, when some of the other people have gone and you return to your team, you're kind of set up for a bit more leadership on your team by having been in other departments and really, absorbed how your department can interface easier with these other departments. So, like I said, if that's an option, like you can do like a temporary team switch just so you can learn more about the team. Approach it from that vantage point with your superiors, it does position you for something much bigger next year. Now, if you leave altogether, I do see you finding another job. It may, at the worst, it's well into next year. At the best, you could find another job potentially over the summer, but it looks like there could be enough mayhem with it that by the end of the year, you leave that one too. So that's telling me that there is some sort of lesson here as I look at this. What's the lesson? Show me the lesson? Oh, No. Some of the lesson for you is about boundaries, hon. Some of it, not all of it, but some of it is structure and boundaries. I'm seeing that some of the people who've been putting pressure on you at your job, Danielle, the pressure that they're putting is pressure that they're putting specifically because they are needing you to step up in certain ways or like update, upgrade, up level your systems. That's the word I'm looking for. And so, because there's like this demand upon you to upgrade some of your systems there as part of the lesson and or your boundaries as part of the lesson, because maybe there's some people just not doing their job and you're picking up a lot of the slack. Because that's some of the lesson, learning how to maneuver inside of that circumstance is what you're being asked to do. Okay, I'm being shown rider weight for your tarot pull, so let's get into it. Jessica, it's your turn. Jessica, are you here? Jessica, please paste your question. Now we're going to have a tarot pull for making me crazy. What's her advice regarding her job? Danielle's struggling at her job because of the people. What's her advice? What's Danielle's advice? Wow. Okay. Well, this is quite a spread. Okay, I understand why it's like it is really that bad where you're like, I can't stay here. Something has to change. 10 of Swords upright, Knight of Swords upright, and 4 of Pentacles upright. Bottom of the deck, Star reversed. The vibe I'm getting here, these people do a lot of talking at your job and not enough working. That's what this is looking like. That there's like too much chit chat, backstab. Well, he didn't. And did you see this? And blah, blah, blah. There's like too much of that nonsense going on at your job that I don't see that you participate in, but is certainly happening around you and sometimes about you. Like just not focused at you, but just this is just the way that people are. They're too chatty. Too much talking going on and not enough working. And so all of this to say, like, I see you here with the 4 of Pentacles trying to hold on to the job, hold on to the money. I see that, but the problem that I'm running into as I'm looking at this energy is that the Knight of Swords wants to run in and do something about it, but it's the haste of that. It's like this is coming out more like a warning, like don't be too hasty. With the Star reversed, underpinning the reading, this is telling me that there's a futility in the following: trying to get the people to change, which I think you knew based on the question; making hasty decisions, which now you know based on what the astro part of the reading revealed. And there's also a futility in trying to hold on too tightly to this. What's interesting is I don't see, none of this is indicative of a job change for me, although that could happen. I'm not seeing, the Tower or any of the aces or, any of the like new commitment kind of cards that would indicate you getting a different job. What I'm seeing instead is, you kind of recognizing what the situation is for what it is and going, okay, let me do the bare minimum I have to do to hold on to the investment I've made here and kind of complete this cycle. Once you're able to complete the cycle, because there is a completion here, it does look like the opportunity for something new can come in. But it's not over yet. I definitely, like I said, I don't see the death card here. I don't see any of the completion cards or any of the new beginning cards. This is telling me hold. Which I think you've probably suspected, unfortunately, but I think the best way to deal with it would be what we've kind of talked about, and what you suggested there is maybe moving to a different department for a period of time, to kind of shield yourself from this Ten of Swords upright energy and the Knight of Swords energy there. That, is just, it's moving too fast. The haste is like I definitely see the unbearability of the people you're dealing with. They're not awesome. And simultaneously, I'm also seeing that it's going to be really necessary for you to make the distance you need to, and then let the rest go. Hey, Jessica, hon, it is your turn. Go ahead and paste your question. After Jessica, I have SR again, and then Nick, and then the vent, and then Janice or Janice. Okay. Okay. I had to refresh because I wasn't seeing any of my chats. So glad I did that. Share a screen. Okay, hang on. I got to scroll back in the chat to see what happened, because the last thing I saw was Jamaica Me Crazy's questions. Okay, so let me catch up in the chat. Jessica, if you haven't already pasted your question, please do, and your birth details. So Nick is a Mr. Thank you for clarifying. So great to have you here, Nick. I'm going to read for Jessica, then SR, and then it's your turn. Hopefully you're getting a vibe or a feel for how this works. And yes, Nick, when it's your turn, you type your question in and your birth details. A lot of people will type it out ahead of time so that they can just paste it. They'll copy and paste it when it's their turn. Okay. The event goes on. And other news, Leo blocked me for going to the art exhibition. Meh, it was about time. And then I went to Florida, chilled with my twins' parents, and then I finally see twin. I got the D. Wow. Wow, the vent. Wow. Okay, nice. You're gonna get a work reading. Cool. Jamaica Me Crazy says, absolutely, I've met my limit, been praying they leave, but it's hurting me. I'm either crabby or crying. So ridiculous. Yeah. Ouchie. Okay. Jamaica Me Crazy, do what you can to maybe just distance yourself from their stuff. So Tori wanted to help me write a show idea. Wow. Good. The event, there's really positive stuff happening. Crystal, we'll look when it comes your turn to work. I should have listened to my goal sooner and joined in months ago. Very interesting. Oh, so Nick, somebody told you about this chat? What did your girl tell you months ago that you should have joined in on? I'd be curious. To make me crazy, sigh, I'll try my best. Figured better to leave before getting fired. Hard to keep biting my tongue. The vent, you're not alone. Yeah, they suck the life out of me. They think I'm the therapist. Yeah, I thought there's too much talking going on. Set up a paywall for a therapist. Yes, that's funny. All right, I am now pretty caught up. Let's go ahead and set up Jessica's chart. Thanks everyone for giving me the chance to catch up there. Jessica is Canada, Quebec City. Okay. Quebec City. It's just going to say Quebec here, but we all know that it's the same latitude and longitude, basically. June 19th. Hey, happy upcoming birthday. Jessica, everybody wish Jessica a happy birthday. Her birthday's in a couple weeks. Happy birthday. 12:10 p.m. Okay, got it. All right, Miss Jessica. She says, I think I have to end a relationship or cycle this year that will seriously impact my life as well as my children. When would be the best period to do that to have the best, smoothest, safest outcome? It's a great question. Let me look. Am I seeing endings and where? All right. So here's what I got. You could do it like literally anytime now. I'm seeing the opening for ending energy actually showed up years ago. And so since about 2017, 16, all the way through 2022, sorry, 3, no, 4. This is a 10-year cycle. Let me look at 2017. I don't think the cycle was that long. Yeah, okay, 2017. All right, so since 2017, I'm seeing like middle of 2017 specifically, there would have been an aha moment that maybe this isn't going to go the distance, Jessica. So from 2017 through the end of 2023, the beginning of 2024, the window has opened. If things can't get into integrity with the person you are in connection with, they were going to need to come apart. And by getting an integrity, what I'm seeing here is allowing you to be your whole self. If you didn't feel like you could be whole in the relationship was going to go into timeout, separation, ending mode. And so before anyone ends anything, I'm always, I encourage people to make sure that they've done all the work they could possibly do so they don't walk away with second chances. I mean, regrets and wanting second chances. So that's kind of what I'm seeing here around it. This is interesting because if we go into now, where's Neptune? Okay. Yeah, anytime. There's been like this kind of since about 2017 to 2023. So what is that? 13 minus 7, 6. There's this 6-year window of completion. So whenever you are ready in this time period is the right time because you've had wind at your back for this. Just like I said, make sure that you are doing this from a place of I've done everything I actually could to ensure that this could have worked. Everything. And, it can't because the thing with the Saturn transit is that Saturn can allow things to get easier, to move smoothly, for people to come together, for things to get on a higher level plane if both parties are in integrity. If both parties are not, then things will, unfortunately, they're scheduled to fall apart. So if you've done all the things, then I would say, the answer to your question is not just now, but anytime before now, leading up to this now. So that's what I'm seeing here, Jessica. I'm wishing you the best. I hate to hear about endings, but I totally understand. Sometimes they're just necessary. It's necessary to change the shape and configuration of a relationship. Kids look fine. I don't see anything going on with the children that looks problematic. So they look great. They'll get through it. Okay. SR, thank you. You're next. Jessica says, I've done everything I could. I just want to make sure it's safe. It doesn't look unsafe, but I also don't know your situation. Like if you're dealing with someone who is, physically violent or abusive, or the kind of person who would like stalk you, track you. Like, I don't know your situation. So you're going to need to really rely a bit on some of your own intuition and common sense as you look at the circumstance and get the support you need in order for things to be safe. From a astrology perspective and what I could see, I did not see any problems with a departure. It kind of looks like the writing has been on the wall for some time. So 987 noon. Okay. All right, beloveds. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and for all of your support of one another and your questions. We have Nick after SR. So Nick, go ahead and get ready. When I call your name, when I'm done with SRs, Tarot and Astro, I'll be ready for you. Then we'll see the vent and then we'll see Janice in that order. Thanks, guys, for being here. If you want, I can certainly do a deeper reading, a deeper dive, a deeper look at things. If you decide to jump on private readings with me, that's over at kmoonastro.com. We're now about to read for SR. If you're just joining, welcome. The way to get a reading is there. Just pasted it in the chat for you. I offer the one question, one chart mini reading at $25.25, and for $35.35, I'll throw in tarot and astro clarifications for you. Let's jump in for SR. And SR has asked, her person is still going through big lessons. In separation, he got married. Just, I imagine you're telling me he's married to somebody else, a part of his journey. Any communication opportunities on his side? Okay, great question. Interesting. Okay, I'm seeing a little bit of shutdown here from Saturn conjunct the sun. Where is natal Mercury here in Pisces? Okay, that's not bad. Where is natal Jupiter, natal Juno? Okay, and I'm seeing a little bit of need for timeout here with Pluto conjunct Juno. And who is Chiron talking to? Neptune. Oh, of course, Neptune's talking to his natal Jupiter. Of course. Okay, here's the deal, SR. When I'm looking at his chart, I'm not seeing complete non-communication, but what I am seeing is a bit of a like deactivation and transformation of the twin flame connection, if that's what this is. I'm seeing a bit of a, if you and him in your last conversations, if it was emotionally intimate, physically intimate, if it was the kind of vulnerable and open with you that it was never with his spouse, the Saturn conjunct the sun transit is going to cause him to want to shut down and withdraw because that would be out of alignment, out of integrity with the commitment that he's currently standing in. Could you two move into some sort of friendship communication type of thing? Yeah, you could. You could actually have that this year. But if anywhere in the energy, the vibes, or the conversation is a what about us, or if the vibe is there that there's just more than just friends, I see him shutting right back down. And it doesn't even have to be that you're bringing that vibe. He could just be feeling it. And Saturn will say, nope, you decided to put yourself over here. So if you're feeling these things with her, then you got to separate from her, because that's not where you decided to put yourself. You put yourself over here, so you're going to stay over here. How do you like that? Either deal with your feelings congruently or stay where you're at. And so you would see him start to shut right back down. Because that's sort of the lesson in his chart, is being a whole person. And if he's and following through on his commitments, upholding boundaries, having a maturity about where he's choosing to put himself with Saturn conjunct his sun, there's a real need to be honest with himself about, where he's at, the choices he's making, the life path he's on with the sun 10th house. So I don't see like a clear, like, hey, this is separation and you guys have to stay in it. I do see time out energy that could be remedied by both of you, not just him, but you, not just you, but also him, honoring the fact that he did make that choice and that there cannot be anything else between the two of you until he's willing to make a different choice other than, just being friends. And I'm certainly seeing the opportunity for that friendship to blossom this year with Jupiter inside of his friendship house. So if you guys want to do that, that's on the table. If it's anything other than that, you'll see him withdraw, is what this looks like. Okay, SR, thank you for asking for a second question. It's an important lesson for him to have to go through to say, hey, I put myself over here, contrary to what maybe I feel or what my heart believes. And so therefore I can't even entertain my heart space for this person until I'm done with what I've committed. And his heart space may even be deactivated around your own connection for the time being, because he has some lessons in that other connection that he needs to learn, and he won't be able to learn it unless his heart is involved. So there's potential for that too. But as you know, twin connections are not just etheric, but eternal. It's not going anywhere. This will come back around at some point as long as you're both open to it. Okay. Nick, Mr. Pendergrast, it's lovely to have you here. I'm curious who your woman is who told you to come hang out. Please tell her hi and tell her thank you for sending you our way. I'm curious what your question is and all that jazz, all that jazz. Okay. Share screen. And thanks for your patience, Nick. After I do Nick, the vent, it's your turn, then Janice or Janice. You'll have to tell me which it is. And if you'd like to get on the list, you definitely can. The list for mini readings is open. Okay. So they only brought some of your stuff, huh? The vent. I'm sorry to hear that. Doesn't sound like they they missed the napkins, they missed the straw. Coffee and the food was good though. I guess that's the main point. It'd be worse. It'd be really bad if they didn't bring the doggone coffee or missed part of the order or messed it up. Oops, 74. Okay. 4/7/1974. Bridgeport 10:58 a.m. Cool. Okay. All right. Can we look at my romantic relationship? Yes. Yes. Yes, we can. Listen, honey. The vent, I, black, white, Asian, Italian, Vietnamese, they stay forgetting stuff in my orders. So don't put it on people black, honey. People just be forgetting orders. All right. Can we look at romantic relationship? What is your question about romantic relationship, Nick? I'm looking at where things stand in your chart and some interesting energies going on. What's your question about it? Oh, you didn't even get all the things. Um, yeah, let me know um what the question is about relationship. I certainly see this right here, your chart with regard to relationship at this point in time. There's several aspects that are letting me know. Oh, wow, like multiple. Saturn, Juno, Saturn, Moon. I'm seeing Chiron, Sun. I'm seeing Neptune, Mercury. I'm seeing uh yeah, I'm seeing issues. Let me put it another way. What I'm seeing, Nick, is that there's some energies here that would make it difficult to kind of land in relationship at this time. In other words, like the Chiron Sun thing, this is telling me that triggers and wounding might be coming up, things that have you question your good enoughness with this person or for this relationship, for this connection. Might be, am I enough? Am I ready? Have I done enough? Have I achieved enough? Have I accomplished enough? That's the questioning I'm seeing coming up. Neptune, Mercury can create a lot of fog in your thinking about connection. It can create a lot of like, I'm not sure which way to go. And because this Neptune Mercury is having a conversation in Pisces, this is a little bit in the 10th house. This combination of aspects that I'm talking about, Chiron, Sun, 10th house, Neptune to Mercury, 10th house, this is talking to me a little bit about where things may feel unsteady enough to undermine or not clear enough to undermine efforts that you want to make inside of relationship or connection. There can be just a lack of clarity, lack of grounding, questioning, doubt, that kind of stuff that just tugs on your ego and your mindset enough that even though I'm seeing relationship wise, you're in a transit that could allow this relationship to go to whatever the next level is for the two of you. If you're, for you guys that might be living together based on your chart, it might be getting engaged, it might be going from engaged to married. You're in a period of time where things can go to the next level. So honest, Nick. I really respect that. I really respect that honesty. But what I'm getting as I'm looking at this for you is this vibe of like, can this go to the next level? And from a timing place, is this the right time? Yes, 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 and more yes. Lots of opportunity for this to next level. And simultaneously, the questioning that I'm seeing coming up for you, and I love that you said this relationship is different. It makes me question myself, but I have a huge ego. Or it makes me want to change, but my ego is huge. Nick, I would say this to you based on the transits that I'm seeing. And that's what Saturn is asking you to do. It is asking you to change, and it is coming through the relationship. I certainly see all of that here. but it will require you to confront some things about yourself, your past, some things that make you question yourself. Like, what is the ego? The ego's job is defense and protection. What is it defending? What is it protecting? You need to go there, look at that stuff. In doing that, it's going to naturally allow this connection to go to that next higher level on its own. You don't have to think about taking it anywhere at all. You don't have to work to get it to go somewhere at all. Just you going a little bit deeper within yourself, like, what is that? What is it that what's true about me that I wish wasn't true? And what's true about my past that has caused, what patterns have I brought to relationship that's created problems before that I need to deal with? All of that. And Nick, and she's always asking those questions I don't want to answer. I love it, Nick. You're so honest. I see why she likes you. I see why she messes with you, Nick. You're a real one, honey. You are a real one. You're just so honest. Like, you can't help but just be real about it. Like, I know what's here. Here's what it is. And here's how I freaking feel about it. I don't want to answer that. I have these feelings that I need to deal with. I know my ego is big. Like, you're just so real. This is why she chooses you, Nick. Because you are so real. You guys are probably already going to a deeper level and you don't even know it. Like, it's happening without your awareness, is what this is kind of telling me. As long as you just, Nick, answer the questions. She's worse than me. Oh, with the ego? Well, that's funny. Yeah. And you don't even have to always answer it for her. You can just answer it for yourself. Know that she's asking because she's got a curiosity that's going to help you grow. And just tell her, I'm going to answer. You could tell her straight up, I'm going to answer this question for myself, but don't expect me to want to share the answer with you right away. It's not because there's a secret, but it's because I'm working through something. And if you can give her at least that information that you heard her and that you're willing to just examine the question, but you don't have an answer today or right now, but really take the question into consideration, you'll be in really good shape with her. Let me see what you're saying here in the chat. She always knows how I'm feeling. Wow. That's that's interesting. Yeah. I get it. I get it. It's some connections are like that. But this is talking about your tarot pull. What I have for you, my dear, in your tarot pull is the Knight of Cups upright. It's the Seven of Pentacles reversed, and then the Fool card. You can look up these cards when we're done so you can kind of get a sense of the visual. That Knight of Cups upright talks about moving forward with an open heart and having like faith and trust that things will in fact work out well, that there's a bit of faith, a bit of trust as you step forward. Now, what's also interesting here is that the Fool card is here. With the Fool card here, the Fool card talks about taking a leap of faith. It talks about new beginnings. It talks about throwing caution to the wind and stepping off into the unknown and saying, even though I don't know the answer, I'm moving forward anyway. And with the Seven of Pentacles in reverse on the relationship front, I'm definitely seeing that there's been a period of uncertainty for you in this connection. There's been a period where you weren't really sure whether or not it was the right person, the right time, maybe a little bit of both. And so the relationship is coming out of a place of having been on hold. And so, at least in your energy, not to say that there was ever on holdness in conversation between the two of you, in your own energy, there was an on holdness to what was going on. And the counsel that these cards are giving, what they're showing and reflecting back, is it's time to get off of on hold and move into moving forward. And like I said, here inside of the chart, this, I see the relationship going to this next level. It looks like you've made the decision. You don't know how it's going to look, but as long as you're willing to engage on that deeper level for yourself, you're going to find this relationship kind of very naturally goes into that deeper place. And I'm not getting a sense of anything problematic as I'm looking at this. Like, I don't see, her showing up in a way that's destructive or undermining. I don't see the connection having problems to it or conflict in it. In fact, this 3-card spread is probably the best 3-card spread I've done in terms of positive momentum and forward movement for anyone since I've been here today. So I would say, communicate the way you can about the things that she's asking you about. But don't be too shy to let her know, like, listen, I'm going to take that into consideration, but I don't have an answer for it right now. But know that I'll take it in. And when there is something that you think would be useful to share with her, then share that then, but don't overdo it in terms of trying to have answers as Johnny on the spot. That would be inauthentic given what I'm seeing here for you. That your chart is really talking about, like, you need some time to just think through certain things in your life and understand what the feelings are so that you're in a more grounded place in the connection and in work. Because I'm still seeing work was an area of uncertainty for you, and that uncertainty could seep into your relationship life, even though the relationship looks really stable right now. Looks like it's in a really great spot. Okay. Nick, how'd you like your first reading with me? What do you think? You have to let me know how that resonated. Mrs. The Vent. Welcome, sweets. Talk to me, babe. What are we talking about today? I've got the Vent, and then I've got Janice. And if anybody wants to get on the list, you absolutely can. That's how you do it right there. One question, one chart mini readings for $25.25 USD. And then we've got the tarot and oracle that you can add on to that for $35.35. Spot on. Thank you. Good. Nick, tell your lady I said thanks for sending you our way. And I'm really looking forward to hearing good reports for you in the connection in the next little stretch of time. It looks like things are going to go really well if you can just continue to have some faith. Okay. Let me see. For anyone just joining, you certainly can. List is open. I'm about to read for the Vent. Then I'm going to read for Janice. And before I read for the Vent, I'm just going to paste in my community section that we are live doing mini readings over on my main channel. And give the folks over there an opportunity to join if they would like to. Kylie, thanks for being an awesome moderator today. The Vent, I'm curious what you got for breakfast, what you ordered. Switch accounts. Oh. Welcome in anyone who's just joining. If you'd like to jump on the list is definitely open. And I'm going to read for the Vent, then Janice. And then it would be your turn. So the list is very short. Great. Okay, that is posted. Let me pull up the events chart and we'll dive in. Staten Island, New York. Eleven 3 1991 11:55 a.m. Okay. I'm trying to set up this business account. My fingers already hurt. Kylie, you're hilarious. What's up with my work? Am I going to keep my job dip, move to a different department? Like, I don't know, but I'm concerned, of course. And do you think the Black Oracle deck is best? Ooh, Black Angel cards. I think you can request the Black Angel cards. I would love to provide. They are here with me. Okay, let's go on and see. For a change, I would be considering a lunar eclipse to your Pluto and Mars conjunction there. Let me find out if any of those are coming. And you said she got here a month ago, which I imagine is end of April, beginning of May. Table of eclipse dates. Saturn's already squaring that combo. So if you're not going to be able to be yourself at this job, then Saturn would certainly take it away. Let's see these eclipses. So May 15th, 25 degrees Scorpio lunar eclipse. Yep, there it is. Okay. And 2023, 14 degrees Scorpio lunar eclipse. Yeah. Okay. So it does look like there might be a departure event, if I'm being honest with you. It does look like you decide to, there is an exit. There's a stage left exit. I actually want to see those dates to kind of see where the stuff is at. Table of eclipse readings. Let's pull this over and let me get that chart back together. And so the first date was lunar eclipse, 15 degrees Taurus, and 25 degrees Scorpio in May. Okay, let's just get to it. That date was May 15th. Okay, yep. But I see the new job here in the wings if you want it. That's waiting in the wings already. You can't see it, but I can see it's here. So that was the lunar eclipse. 25 degrees Scorpio, May 15th. The next one that looks challenging for you is going to be November 8th. Let's see. Okay. Interesting. Gemini, so is Mercury. You know what's interesting? There's a bit of confusion here because of the Mercury retrograde and then the Mars retrograde at the end of the year. I'm seeing that even if you try to switch jobs, it's like you either go back to what you were doing prior to this, or you go, this job like sends you out and then ropes you right back in. I'm also seeing a little bit of like intervention from someone who would be a higher up to both of you, saying, I don't know what this is, but you two figure it out. I'm seeing a little bit of that energy kind of for like the higher up to both of you trying to let the two of you solve this or tell you directly, y'all need to solve this, so that you can get to where before I'm letting either one of you go. Because I think the people around you, like I'm looking at the trend, like you've had an incredible career run this at the from the in the first half of this year, the event. And so because of that, like I'm seeing so much favor, so much grace, so much opportunity in that. I know there was some transition. You had to get out of one place. You're in another place right now. Now there's a new person on the scene and she's bringing her own drama. I saw she used to be in TV and not in podcasting. And so she's has some expectations that are a mismatch for what you're doing. But there's a book from the Harvard Business Review that I recommend for you called Managing Up. It was published years ago, but my strong recommendation, because I don't necessarily, I see the job opportunity here for you to depart. It may come out of nowhere, but it's going, this isn't the vent leaves. If it is, it's the circumstance excuses you at the perfect time, because at that time, something else is ready for you that won't be ready when you just rage quit. So all of that to say, you know, do what you can to learn what you can from it. That's what's being asked. And then at the right time, if there's a transition point needed, source will orchestrate that. There isn't, you know, as much as she was like, I'm going to report you for not doing your job or whatever she was saying. It doesn't look to me like if you are excused, you're excused for the reasons you think you are. It looks like you're excused because there's greater opportunity and you had to kind of tic-tac-toe your way across a board, or checkers your way across the board. And this job was a necessary intermediary step to get to something really great that's coming on the other side. You remain in a really positive career transit at this time. And so my strong recommendation would be to ride this out and let source remove you. Because if source removes you, you're guaranteed the timing is perfect for your next thing to be lined up. If you remove you, well, we don't know if your human eyes are going to be able to really see divine time with the clarity that you would want. Okay. CC'd Senior VP in HR. Wow, what a punch in the stomach. Jeez. Okay, everyone said it's a personal attack on you. Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, thank God. I'm so sorry you had to go through this. Yeah. And to be honest with you, the vent, if you can find a way to kind of keep your cool, because you have done a lot of great work prior to this with people. You've built some good, solid relationships. They've seen what you can do prior to this. And here's someone who just met you, making, you know, divisive commentary on your job performance event. My suspicion is that when people got that email, they kind of rolled their eyes and were like, this says a lot more about her than it says about Crystal. Because she hadn't built that inroad, that reputation, that like, hey, people, you know, that trust and those bonds with people, but yet and still here she is dogging out someone who has shown themselves to be reliable. But in her period for proving reliability, the first 90 days, what does she do? Sows dissension. It says more about her than it does about you, hun. So I think the people around you know that, given the incredible career transit you're in right now. And this, when I'm looking at this, I would say I would reach out to the people she reached out to, and I would say two things are true. One, I would get your hands on the book that I just recommended. Come on, give me one card for my girl. One card from this deck. Reach out to the people that she mentioned. And before you do that, like this weekend, I would get your hands on the HBR book. And any other resources, if you've got like a career mentor that you can reach out to, or like a career coach, and just say, look, since her arrival, I would reach out to them and say, can we meet about this email from so and so? Because the telling thing to me about this is that she decided to put it in an email and CC you. She didn't actually talk to those people first. She just kind of put everyone on blast. I would reach out to the senior VP and the HR person and just say, hey, here's the deal. To the point of her message, it has been rocky since she's been here. I personally have chalked that up to a growth period while we adjust to one another. As you know, I have enjoyed being here and being a contribution and part of the team. It's been, a goal of mine to create, as much success for all of us here as possible. And I would like to know from you, like, from your vantage point, I'm open to feedback. What do you see that I can do differently that would help smooth the pathway forward? I'm taking in the feedback now so that we can have a smoother path as we go. So I would start there. Definitely get the book on managing up. There's several articles and, blogs about what it means to manage up. This is definitely a managing up situation. Get the support you need outside of work, but inside of work, she's not presenting herself in the best way if what she wants to do is create you getting fired. She would have handled this differently if what she really wanted was for you to get fired. Because people who want to fire people don't tend to move like this. So I don't know what she's trying to do, but what she did end up doing and accomplishing is exposing that she's not really a team player. That's gotten exposed. Okay. So Black Angel Oracle had no cards for you, but Rider Waite is extremely talkative. Extremely talkative. All right. What's the third card in the spread? Wow, they all came out with their own clarifiers. Okay, that's too many cards. What's the third card in the spread? Okay. Whoo, this is a difficult set of cards. Okay, so in the Rider Waite, the first two came out with their own clarifiers. We've got Wheel of Fortune reversed, three of Wands upright. Second card came out with its own clarifier. Tower upright, Justice reversed. Final card needs no explanation. Two of Cups reversed. Bottom of the deck, Five of Swords upright. I mean, you've seen these cards, you know what they mean, but this is really telling me that she's been a bit of an unfortunate energy since she's arrived, and you being able to do your job effectively and efficiently. I don't know what you were going through at the time of her arrival that may have, in addition to, because I'm also getting environmental stuff when I'm looking at this. If you think back to a month ago, I don't know what was going on, but I'm seeing, some level of, she's been challenging since her arrival, number one. And then number two, there were things going on at her arrival that would have just made it like really hard for you to do your job, even at the minimum. So I'm seeing some of this, I hate to say it, some of it is you, don't kill me, but not in the way that you think it is. The majority of it is her. Anyone who has been in your world and seen you produce knows what you're capable of. She just happened to meet you at the wrong time, on top of having the personality that she has. What I will say is that like, yeah, the vibe I'm getting is no love lost. And when I saw the tower come out with justice reversed, there was a vibration of you kind of rage quitting. Like, I can't deal with this. This is too unfair, and I can't be an unfair energy. And Five of Swords, upright, bottom of the deck, does talk about walking away in defeat. Like, there's no winners from this. And because there's no winners from this energy, the event, what I'm seeing is that if you quit, like it almost feels like a lose-lose situation with the energy I'm seeing in the current energy. If you're able to tough this out, if you're able to speak to higher ups, if you're able to rally support around you, if you're able to have a conversation with her about what her expectations are without taking any of it personally, if you're able to work out like a probationary period, like, look, maybe we got off on the wrong foot. Let's both you and me give it our all for 90 days and just see what's what. At the end of 90 days, it's just not working for us. Then, let's see if we can part ways, but let's at least for 90 days, not cause any more shakeup, detriment, undermining to the company and what the company is trying to do. And let's at least try to contain this. And you tell me what you need, I'll tell you what I need, and we can begin the process of seeing what we can do. Because it's not easy on anyone when there's this level of drama, right? And so for you to depart or for her to depart would cause problems around the two of you just as much as it's causing problems for the two of you. So it's going to be really important that, even though she's showing up hella immature, that you can kind of show up more maturely around this. And being honest, I do kind of see you throwing in the towel with this spread sooner than they let you go, although your chart isn't saying that you need to. Your chart is saying that there is potential here to solve these things. Just might take a minute. So it's up to you, especially if, there, like I said, there's another job waiting up. If you are excused or dismissed, or waiting for you in the background, if you, it'll show up. That other job will show up. Okay. The vent, thank you. We're going to read for Janice now. We've not had the tools to do our job, so I'm trying to do my job despite that, and I have been. Company's got growing pains. You're going to thug it out. Good. Other managers are annoyed with her. She's not really a team player at all. Yeah, that's based on what you told me. And what I saw in that spread, I got it. She's not a team player. Let me just let Janice know here in the chat. Sorry you had to go through this event. That really sucks. So I'm confused. Did they fire you or not? After we do Janice, I'm going to do Kathleen. Kathleen, my dear. Are you here? And then after, so Janice, then Kathleen, then you're not fired, just written up. Yeah. like a warning. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I did kind of like get a vibe, a whiff of that, that the people that she um turn tenure turn if you want to get on the list. Oops, not that way. That's just, let me try that again. Okay, Kat, are you ready? If you're ready, we'll read for you next, hon. Yeah, I'm gonna read for you, Kat, because it doesn't look like Janice is here. She might have stepped out. Oh, Janice, you're my Lana LLC. Okay. You may need to make it shorter because we can see the shorter message you just posted. Okay. So whoever posts their details first, Janice or Kathleen, I will read for you next, and then I'll do the other one right behind. Danielle. Okay. Thanks, Mylana. Let's close out of this chart. I did get the vibe when I was looking energetically into the situation that it was exactly what you described, that somebody okayed this. Somebody signed off on that email going out. But that's why I ended up saying what I said, that this is salvageable, but it would take you coming at it from a different place. Like you would need to go back to those people and seek feedback and express your desire to make it work. And then let them be willing to provide the feedback, provide the honest feedback. And you'll know, because you're so psychic and so intuitive, the vent, once you're in conversation with the HR and the senior vice president person, you'll know who it really, who was the one that signed off on this. Okay. You'll get a vibe from that, but take the feedback, like take it into consideration. Like I said, she really exposed herself a little bit more than she tried, even though she was trying to expose you for not doing your job, she exposed herself a little bit more. Because she's only been there a month. All right, Miss Mylana, June 23rd, she has no track record with these people, but you have all of the track record. Twin flame relationship is very in and out for several years. Recently has been more distance again since March. Any chance it's coming together soon? Good question. Let's look. Distance since March. What was going on then? Hey, let me ask you a question, Mylana. What is your person's sun and moon sign, if you know, or just what's their birthday so I can at least get their sun sign? Very good. And yeah, like you said, keep applying. With the verdict's point. Okay, so that was the Venus-Mars conjunction with Pluto. Tail end of Capricorn. Okay. Tail end of Venus retrograde. Okay, so 8/29, 9 September, that is Virgo. So you're a Virgo. And you are an early Virgo. So your sun would fall here in his 8th house. What are the other constricting factors? Saturn opposite Uranus, Uranus ruler of second. Okay. I'm seeing two things here as the reason for the withdrawal. Um, Actually, and the second one could be interpreted in two ways. One, money issues. I'm seeing some money issues with Saturn in the second house, Jupiter leaving the second house, and then Saturn opposing Uranus. I'm seeing some major financial issues for this person. Um, oh, wait, Mylana, I guess I'm confused. This is your chart then? You, June 20. He is a Virgo. Who's the Cancer? You're the Cancer? Huh. Okay. So let me reinterpret this really quick. If this is at the vantage point from your side. Okay. So then, yes, could there be more communication again soon? Yeah. I'm surprised the Mercury retrograde didn't bring it. Um, the Mercury retrograde through Gemini would have brought communication up, reflection up on the side of the person who has the Mercury sixth house, the Gemini sixth house. The Mars retrograde at the end of the year will have um, this energy resurfacing at the tail end of the year. What's interesting to me as I'm looking at this for you, I don't necessarily see that there's like blockage energy where the planets are saying, hey, you take a time out. Instead, what I'm really seeing here is like, okay, might be a little quiet, some things we need to work on for ourselves individually. Um, but then after that, it's like there's no reason to be completely outside of communication. Things may be quiet during this period of time, but I don't see them being blocked at this period of time, which is a very important distinction. Sometimes there's like ending energy in a chart, or there's you need to take a time out energy, and I don't see that here at all for feminine or masculine energies in this chart. In fact, what I'm seeing is a slow roll into things coming together. So I like this. I like to see it. There's a lot of positive energy here. Next year being even more positive than this year. When things do come together between divine counterparts, it can be triggering. It brings up all of us because this kind of connection demands wholeness. And if there are parts of us we're just not right with, parts of us that we're not fully aligned with, haven't integrated, yeah, that can be really triggering. And simultaneously, um, you know, when that stuff comes up, you do what you can to integrate it, and you allow yourself to stay connected while you're integrating. Like I said, from your side here, Mylana, I do not see closing. I don't see a closure or an ending here at all in your connection. From your side, it might things be a little quiet, sure. But what I'm more sensing and seeing is, some review energy as of this Mercury retrograde and the fall Mars retrograde. I'm seeing a bit of a review energy show up for the two of you. Comes in and runs out, feels like a cycle change happening. Yeah, you might be in the midst of a cycle change for sure. Um, I could see that. I could totally see that based on what I saw there in your chart. Um, so, but just to confirm, I don't see ending. I see shifting. I see a new cycle opening with some quietness in the midst of it. So, Mylana, if you want to be connected, I would say reach out. You definitely have the opportunity to be connected. That's there. Okay. Miss Kathleen, it's your turn. Please paste your cue. You've been putting boundaries. Well, that could also be why it's quiet then, hun. If that's what you've been doing, that could be why it's quiet. Okay. So for anyone who is just joining, welcome. I'm offering the one question, one chart mini reading. for 25-25, 35-35 gets me to add in a tarot card pull or oracle card pull for you. Let's share screen so we can create Kathleen's chart. Kathleen's the only one on the list, and I'm reading for her now. If you decide to make your payment now, you would be next. No wait time. I would just add you in as soon as I'm done with Kathleen here. So Kathleen was born in Pennsylvania, in Philly. Here we go. And on January 16th, 1965, and she was born at 7:50 a.m. Okay, great. And Kathleen wants to talk about a new job. All right, let's get into it. Let me see what Kathleen has to say. One moment. When did you start the new job, Kathleen? When did that happen? Yeah, it's interesting because I see you in a good space work-wise. I'd be curious when you started this job, but this looks like it goes well, if I'm being honest. Oh, in October, that's a while ago. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Well, then let me go back and look there. 10/18/2021. Okay. If it was your chart, it was you, Mylana. But that wouldn't have been the reason for the separation. Okay. Looking here, Kathleen, what I'm seeing, beloved. Okay, so you got this job here. And where's Mars? Oh, same place. Okay, this is good. This is good. I actually see this going better than you think it will. What is it saying? Boss may be jealous. I'm not. Okay, yeah, I do see the static here. I see the static here with your boss, but the static has a lot of purpose to it with Jupiter preparing to square your moon. It's really meant to push you into a state of heightened motivation to prove yourself, to value your work enough to step it up a notch, and to get you into a place of greater service and productivity in your workplace, it to such a degree that you're able to actually create some things and be of service in a way that earns you more money. Frankly, if I'm being honest with you, I see you getting a raise next year if you can follow this advice. I'm seeing that your productivity levels can go up significantly through creating really good partnerships inside of the organization with Jupiter trine your seventh house of partnership. And I'm seeing that once you've created some of these kind of projects or completed on things in a way that shows you to be a very productive person, this is really talking about your visibility and your status rising within the organization within the next 2 years' time. I wouldn't worry so much about whether your boss is jealous or not. I would worry about exceeding every task that comes your way. Do you have a Virgo North Node? No, a Gemini North Node. Oh, but you have Mars and Pluto and Virgo. Got it. Yeah. There's like an energy here as I'm reading this that's talking about you needing to dot every I, cross every T, like really lean into, there's a perfectionistic energy about you that likes to get things done the right way. Cap Sun, Virgo stellium, Jupiter Taurus. These earth sign placements that you have, and the Scorpio midheaven, Sag midheaven, has you wanting to do things right and do things the best way possible. And so if you can kind of exceed the expectations for you on every task and start to get into a bit of like anticipating, fulfilling on requests before they're even spoken to you, I think you're going to find that the interpersonal dynamics with your boss kind of fade into the background as your star really rises within the organization. Because I do see your star on the rise here, but the problem that you are running into, I do see that static with your boss. I wouldn't, it's the divine purpose, that static is meant to raise your status through outperforming yourself in the past and her expectations. So, like I said, in your case, I wouldn't worry about the interpersonal issues so much. For you, this is, really about stepping up what you're doing. Okay. Kat got a tarot pull with it. Again, I'm being guided to the Santa Muerte deck. Really like this deck. Such a beautiful deck. Okay, Kat wants to know how her job is going to play out. She wants to know how her job is going to play out. I did see there in your chart that your boss makes you feel a type of way. You had the feelings sign on the service house and the moon at home there. I saw that the interpersonal dynamics really cause you to feel a type of way. But this transit is it's less about the interpersonal dynamics and getting those right. In the Vent's case, she does have to worry about the interpersonal dynamics and getting those right. In your case, and learning the system that her new boss wants to use so that she can stop saying that the Vent isn't doing her job. In your case, the interpersonal dynamics aren't the issue, they're the fuel to have you go, you know what, F you, watch me. Like, just to really prove that you are the kind of team player that this person needs and can't do without. This is really interesting because I'm getting 5 of Pentacles reversed, the Tower upright, and the 2 of Pentacles upright, bottom of the deck. The 9 or the 6 of Pentacles reversed. Time. Giving and receiving. Changing of mindset. Got it. Okay. In this deck, and then Patricia, if you would get your question ready, Patricia, it is going to be your turn as soon as I finish this reading. If you could go ahead and paste your question and birth details. 5 of Pentacles reversed. The 5 of Pentacles in the normal tarot deck has a vibe about being left out in the cold. That's not this. In this deck, the 5 of Pentacles shows 5 little heads getting squashed and stepped on by a pair of really big feet. But right next to that, we have the Tower, but the Tower card in this deck, I don't know if you've ever seen those MC Escher paintings where it looks like the walls are moving and the floor is leading into the wall, and the wall is leading to the basement, but then the basement is connected to the ceiling. Like, you know how those MC Escher paintings kind of show distortion. But they also, in this deck, this is talking about a changing of the mind. When I put it together with the 5 of Pentacles reversed, in this deck, this is really talking about needing to understand that a perspective change is going to lead to better interpersonal dynamics with your boss and put you guys on more equal footing. Because this 2 of Pentacles upright in this deck it's, Two of Pentacles normally talks about trying to make a decision, juggling, could go this way, could go that way, being thrown off balance. But in this deck, the Two of Pentacles upright talks about equal give and take. And so if you can change your perspective, change your vantage point, let go of certain fixed or rigid ideas that you have previously had, it leads to a new way of interacting with your boss, in a way that eliminates the she's jealous story. Wow. And now that I'm seeing the Six of Pentacles reversed, what's coming through is that this storyline is older for you, that my boss is jealous of me. I'm specifically getting something about a sister or a sibling, that this is sibling energy or cousin energy, and like the self comparing for you, where there's a need to separate in your brain this relived pattern with sibling or old bosses or cousins, whomever the case may be, of that person's jealous of me. Oh no, they're going to sabotage me, or oh no, I might have to leave. Or this is old energy that's playing out in the present time, that's not actually accurate to what's happening in the present time. And a perspective shift would allow you to see what's happening in the present time from a new vantage point. So this is what your tarot card spread is talking about, the necessity of healing whatever that was in the past and leaving it in the past, so that whatever this is now in the present can be what it is in the present. There may be some mirroring pattern around somebody being jealous of you in the workspace that is getting kicked up in your mind that isn't precisely what's playing out in the third dimension. It's just reminding you of that. So take your time to kind of look into that pattern for yourself, change the perspective, the vantage point, and you'll get into a place where you're in really good standing with your boss. Okay. Kathleen, thank you. Great to read for you. I don't know where Patricia went. Please paste your cue. It's your turn and your birth details. Please. You have to let me know how that resonates, Kathleen. I'd be really curious. Let's catch up here in the chat. Who's controversial? So your friend is coming from Barbados. That's so nice. And I saw you're washing wigs. Are you gonna let her wear your wigs? Like y'all share the wigs? I'm curious how this works. Funny enough, the manager is upset about we either learned on the spot and was given incorrect information, or it's the responsibility of another department. She didn't bother to get clarity. Yikes. The creative director gave us the tea. Wow. Oh, because my boss is actually, my coworker said they feel really uncomfortable with how she talks to me. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. If any of those coworkers would be willing to say something to HR, that might help. But I think you and her probably need to have some deeper conversations. Interesting. She cuts me off and doesn't listen to my ideas. Got it. I'm sorry to hear that. That may be a communication style thing more so than a jealous of you thing, that she struggles to allow people to complete their thought before she jumps in. So the behavior, is it there? Yes. Are you interpreting it correctly based on that tarot spread? Probably not. And that it's going to be really necessary to find a different interpretation for it in order to put you in a good spot. Hey, Bao Bijou, welcome. I have sent you my info just before. Hi, Kay, it's Patricia. Okay, nice. Great to see you here, Patricia. Great to see you here. Just let me know what the question is so I can figure out what which chart I'm going to use, because for one question, one chart reading, I only use one chart. We're going to do Patricia. And then after Patricia, on the list, we have Cassandra. Cassandra, thanks for joining. Great to have you here. Would there be a coming back together after a long time separation since 2012? Great question. Okay. Let me see. July 15th person and a March 16th person. So we have a Pisces and a Cancer. I'm going to read the Cancer's chart. Share screen. Oops. There we go. Patricia. Hello, Cassandra. Welcome. I received your payment. You'll be right after Patricia here. Okay. Cannes, France. July 15, 1962. Okay. All right. And Patricia wants to know, would there be a coming back around after a long-term separation? There's potential for it. I definitely see on your person side, there's potential for it. What do they have as the moon? What do they have as their Saturn placement? Okay. What do they have? Speaking to natal Saturn, Uranus. Okay, here's what I got. When I'm looking at this, I do not see any specific or direct reason for why the two of you on your person side, I don't see any reason why you guys would be in completely no communication. I don't see a personality reason for your person. I don't see a season reason for your person. Like there's a lesson going on here that would warrant that. None of that. So Patricia, I'm really curious for you. Would you be willing to reach out and just see what happens? Could you guys be in communication again? Yeah. Could you guys, spend quality time in the third dimension again? Absolutely. I certainly see there was that energy of like, okay, a timeout is on its way, but it was at its heaviest in the last 7 years, and you've cleared that period completely. And so when I'm looking at this on your side of things, there's separation is unwarranted unless chosen. That's what I got. And sometimes just making the choice to do nothing is the equivalent of still choosing separation. So might be required that a little initiative is taken on your part to just see, like, hey, I would love to reconnect. Like it's been a minute. You've always been an important person to me. I'd love to chat with you about anything. I'd love to hear from you. My door is open. Would you be open to reconnecting and just see where this person is at? And so, yeah, I like seeing this energy. Jupiter moving through this second house of second marriages and potential certainly brings potential and possibility. Saturn having just left your seventh house of committed partnership removes the necessity for a time alone or a time apart. And when we have this Uranian energy here, what was I saying Uranus was doing? Uranus is not doing anything. It's supportive to divine feminine energy at this time. All of this looks really, really, really good. Bao Bijou. He knows that I love him to the bone, but he stays closed off. Yeah. The only reason I could see that might be the case is if he's like in something else, you know, or he just, isn't open to, he just doesn't feel the same way. And he's like, I'm not going to put her in a position to make her, not like, I'm not going to put her in a position to love me more than I can love her, which is a respectful thing to do when somebody is like, I I care for you enough to not take from you what I cannot give back. He is, yeah. That was my suspicion, is that he's got somebody else in the picture, somebody else in the mix. So if that being that is the case here, Bao Bijou, my recommendation is, if, like I said, if you're open to being connected in the way he's able to be connected, that is what I would recommend for you, Patricia. If you're open to being, like, if what he can have available is the occasional acquaintance, or, chit chat on a holiday or a birthday, or, a talk once a quarter, once a month, then I would take that. Unless, of course, it's going to make you so uncomfortable and be so disruptive to your life to be in that energy with him that you just can't do it. Okay. Let me see what's going to come forward for you as guidance. Bao Bijou wants to know if there's a comeback around possible in her connection. Is there a comeback around? So I see 3 of Wands upright. I see strength reversed. And then I see 10 of Wands upright. This separation has been really hard on you. I see, like, just trying to make it through it it's been tough. This is talking a bit about a process of like deconditioning your understanding of love and connection. This is talking about learning how to live in no expectations. This is talking about being in a place of receptivity, not trying to control the situation, not trying to force it. Like, there's a lot of taming of, some core human urges that I'm really getting out of this, Bao Bijou, as I look at this spread. And there's been like multiple times where you thought you were walking away from it, only to walk right into his energy, his scent, your memories with him, that kind of thing. Bottom of the deck, we have the Queen of Swords supporting this reading. And so what I'm really getting, swords, they talk about communication, mind, thought forms, but they also talk about choices and decisions. And so if you can choose to connect from a place of Queen of Swords upright, which is completely dialed back expectations, or better still, clarity that the expectation is it's going to be what it's been. I'm just open to being connected without my emotions getting tied up into it, which is a tall order for anyone, especially someone with a Cancer rising and Cancer sun. Then that's possible, actually. So that's your guidance, that he's the Cancer rising, Cancer sun. I see the potential here, but it's just, listen, the reality is that I have seen about divine masculine counterpart energy, when it steps into congruence and alignment with its divinity, the divine part of the counterpart energy. The reality that I have seen is that if they feel that your love and their love are not at the same level, your giving and their giving is imbalanced, that your receptiveness to them and their willingness to fill that space is incongruent, when they've really stepped into true maturity, and that's us and them from our divine masculine energy, that energy will not allow one to sit at the table and eat more than they can bring to the table for sustenance for others. It's an energy of I'm not willing to take more than I give, and that too comes from a place of love. It comes from a place of maturity, of having integrated one's own divinity, of understanding the laws of life, that taking more than you give is a recipe for corruption in a connection. So when there's a step back, and it sounds like there is here because your person is involved with somebody else, I'm seeing, if I were to interpret these cards from your person's perspective instead of from yours, is there a potential for a comeback around? Again, there's no emotion cards here. I think your person would be open to it, but it would have to be from a place of emotional distance. And I'm not sure that with their Cancer rising and their Cancer sun, that emotional distance is something they're capable of, especially if your emotions are involved. There can be a lot of, how can I put it? They can empath and pick up what you're feeling. And then again, it would lead right back to where it was. So if you're willing to connect from a place of emotional distance, yeah, I see. Yeah, the answer to your question is yes. If you're not, then what I'm seeing is that this leads to more of what you've had up until now. And that, you can't dictate whether or not your heart can do emotional distance. We don't get to tell our hearts what they're going to do. Our hearts tell us. Much to my own chagrin some days. But yeah, so that's what I got, sweetheart. I'm sorry that the separation has been so hard and so lonely. Come back around, yeah, it's possible, but it would need to come from a place of you getting congruent with what he can offer rather than him getting congruent with what you can offer. That's how that looks right now. All right, Patricia. You'll have to let me know how that resonates for you. Cassandra's next. Thanks so much for your patience, Cassandra. It is your turn. Please paste your cue and birth details. And if anyone's just joining, you can certainly jump on the list. That's how to do it. I'm offering one question, one chart mini readings today. And those one question, one chart mini readings are 25-25 for the chart, or 35-35 for getting into excuse me, tarot on top of the astro. Okay. Welcome, Vikram. Great to have you here. Can you tell me how my career in life will be? I can tell you that. If you'd like to get on the list, you can make your payment through PayPal or Venmo, whichever one's most convenient to you. The information for PayPal and Venmo are both there, pasted in the chat. Be happy to take a look at career for you, your career life. Let's go ahead and read for Cassandra now. Share screen. Let me hit the chart data, input that, Cassandra. Okay. And Tucson, Arizona. And 11/14/1974. Is this your chart or your person's chart, Cassandra? Whose chart is this? You're welcome, Bao Bijou. I appreciate you letting me read for you. Okay, my DN has checked in and left quickly by text a few times this past year. Cleaning up his life, he says. What is the most significant thing you can tell me about what's going on in his world? Okay, so this is his chart. Let's see what there is for you to know at this time. Okay, so we're in the midst of the beginning of a Chiron return. Saturn this year activating that Chiron. There's some wound stuff going on. There also looks like some money issues, money stuff, debt stuff. Yeah. Midheaven is Sag. Okay. Okay. This is not bad. What is Libra? But it is still problematic. Okay. So, an interesting thing about people who have the Venus and Scorpio placement, they can unfortunately find themselves in situations of a financial embroilment with their partners, with their lovers. And this is only further echoed by the fact that Libra here is in his relationship houses, plural. Venus governs Libra, but it also covers a debt house. This is showing me that this person has some financial debt to somebody else he needs to work out. There's some kind of, is it karma debt? No, this doesn't look like unequal give and take and he needs to make it up to a person. This straight up looks like money. And so it looks like he's trying to work through that, to be honest with you, but at the cost of working through it, like some of it is ego cost. There's a lot of this that has a lot to do with mental pain about this setup, that this is even a circumstance in his life to begin with. And there's some struggles around worthiness and faith in himself and self-esteem and self-worth, self-respect. Some of the ways in which this, however that situation has played out, has caused some challenges to his capacity to view himself positively. And so some of what he's working out is that. Some of what he's working out is the money itself and trying to figure out how is he going to make this work. Financially, I'm seeing his money gets really good next year. But between now and next year, what's actually going on is a lot of like feeling close to getting ready to almost there, but it's a lot of that close but not quite energy. Hey, Kimai, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Welcome. And so I say all of that to say, when I'm looking at this, this is going to take some time. Going to take some time for sure. Where does Saturn sit in his chart in Cancer? Okay, but it's not horrible. Saturn on approach to his Jupiter, Juno conjunction, the divine counterparts, and Saturn sitting inside of Cancer and making harmonious aspect to the 9th house of second chances, second marriages, potential into his sun. He may be in a more like, let's explore this, I'm serious, I'm ready place next year. Financially, I don't know that he's going to be there. But emotionally, it looks like he gets there. He has his own business, many properties. Okay, got it. Yeah, financially, I don't know that he's going to be where he wants to be to dive all the way in. But emotionally, I see he gets to a place where he needs to be in order to be open with Saturn and Pisces. So, or at least look at things more seriously. But because there's just been frankly, drama. And if it's not like an ex or a romantic partner where there's imbalanced money owed, given what you just shared, it could also be interpreted, what I'm seeing here, as business partners, where there's like, he's just in the hole and he has to figure out what he's going to do about that. All right, Cassandra, thank you for letting me read for you. It does look like, he's on his way. He's sorting it out. It's just going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take a little bit of time, a little bit of patience on his side, some new decisions, honestly. But it does look like it gets there. All right. Let me just log in here to my payment app and make sure I've gotten everyone. And if you would like to get on the list, you definitely can. The option to do that is 2525 to the PayPal or the Venmo for one question, one chart astrology reading. I can also add on tarot or oracle for greater illumination and clarification for 3535. Okay. Um all right. I went into labor on the lunar eclipse. Get out, Kim. I really, so was the end of being pregnant for you and the end of being a woman without a child. That was the beginning of mamahood. Talk about an ending, a new beginning with that lunar eclipse. Congratulations, Kim. Congratulations. I'm really happy to hear that. Yay, new twin flame babies on the earth. Cassandra said he left the drama home, but I think he was not quite truthful. Got it. Got it. Yeah. He may have like, stepped out of it, honestly, but he still may have cleanup to do. That's all. He may have left the drama home, but just have cleanup to do. Because some situations, like financial situations, they can just take something out of you that is really, it's like, okay, I got into this almost overnight, but what I'm going to need to do is going to take me a year or two to clean up, if not more, depending upon, how he's earning in his career. That's cool. So you just had the baby. This is a mid-May baby. So this baby's a Taurus. Very cool, Kim. Very cool. I bet the baby is super cute at 1 month old. Okay. If you would like to jump on the list, you definitely can. That's the way to do it. I just pasted it there. And I am going to just grab some water really quick and I will be right back. All right. I am back. Thank you for your patience. Hey, Cat Bond. Welcome. So great to see you. Great to have all of you here. It's nice to see the vent. It's nice to see Kim Mai. It's really fun to see um, Kylie, all of you together. All right. Let's see what the vent has to say. So me and my twin dismissive avoidant had a talk. I sensed he was avoiding me. Even though I tried to implement the PDS advice that I was given to repair the relationship. So I asked him if he was afraid to see me. He said no. And then he spoke on the phone. He said yes, but I didn't want to say that. I'm not supposed to be afraid. So I said, you're absolutely allowed to be afraid and express that. I just like squealing inside over here. I love that intimacy. That's great, Vivint. I'm really, really happy to hear that. Good for you and good for him. That is awesome. Wonderful to hear this. So, did he tell you why he was afraid to see you? That would be my question. If he like, what was he? What was the concern about? And I was like, if you really don't ever want to see me again, then do you want to take a pause for a bit? And then he was like, where are you? And then he came to see me. All of this is calm. That's so nice. This is great. Good. I'm super happy to see it, super happy to hear it. This is wonderful. And then you got the D appointment. Yeah, baby. It's fantastic. Awesome. Well, let me back up. Hold on. Welcome to anyone joining. The list is open if you'd like to get a reading. If not, then I may close out here and just kind of see what else happens. So basically, he feels like this intense and sexual energy, and like he doesn't want to fall into the temptation because of the triggers on the other side of it. And then I expressed it to him how it made me feel. Good. Good work. This is great work. When I leave Florida without seeing him, using emotionally vulnerable words like hurt and unimportant. Good. The vent, this is great. Very, very nice. Such great work, the vent. Well done. I'm impressed. People need to be taking notes. You're out here doing the good work. This is how you create connection and deepen connection. Well done. Well done. That's a really important step that you guys took with this new eclipse cycle. This is great. Lots of really positive communication here. Really positive communication. Well done. And I told him that we have way more fun times than not. And maybe we had two not so good moments after seeing each other. So it's unfair to focus on the two times. And he agreed. The vent. Crystal, this is fantastic. This is awesome. Really, really, really good stuff. So you guys have like turned a corner, like turned a page, and there's more same pageness going on here between you and him. I like this. That's wonderful, Crystal. Ah, this makes me so happy. Ah, so relieved to hear it. This is wonderful. So he was like, but if we do the thing, we have sex, and then what? And I'm like, we let it be what it is. I'm not opposed to taking it slow with you, but I need communication. Um, yeah, you can't be left to assume what's going on. And that's when it gets batshit. Yeah, it does. When there's no communication, it can. Yeah. Good. Did he what and did you were you able to be clear about what kind of communication you need? Um, for me, that would look like what that would sound like is were you able to get to that level of clarity so that he knew what was going to be good? He agreed to communicate more. Okay. All right. Very good. Breakthrough. You're going to remember this union window is the turning point in your connection. And you'd really been doing a lot of the work for a long time. So, congratulations. This is awesome. Let me see. What did I say? Good question. If you'd like to get on the list, you definitely can. I am offering one question, one chart mini readings there. And the list is open. You would be next. 2525 gets me to read one chart. I can throw in tarot and or oracle pulls for you for 3535. We can get clarity on work situations, family situations, past, present, and future, romantic situations, all of it. It's all available at this time. So just let me know what you would like to talk about and we can dive in. I'm back to ping pong balls of men. Uh-oh. All right. I think I asked him if we can talk on the phone more. I think he was scared that implied it means we're in a relationship. Got it. Yeah, my curiosity is what is it about relationship that he doesn't want? Because I think when you asked if he was avoiding you, my initial question with that was, um, okay, so Sorry. What is he afraid of? What does that mean to him? What is he trying to avoid having happen? And so that would be my question for him about relationship. Like, what is it? What does relationship mean to him? And what is it he wants to avoid experiencing that comes with that label? Also ignore the elephant in the room, meaning trying to put it in the friendship only box, but there's love between us. And he agreed. Oh, the vent. Girl, you are making strides. So well done. Wow. This is Crystal breakthrough fucking growth. Breakthrough. I'm so impressed. The vulnerability, the execution and communication, the curiosity and openness, the patience and, letting him be him in the connection and not taking everything he's saying and doing personally, the management of your individual and personal triggers through the process, your honesty. Like I just named at least 7 or 8 things that are skill sets. And you've developed and cultivated each of these 7 or 8 skills over the last 6 to 8 months. I've seen you do it. I've seen you talk about it, cultivating these skill sets within yourself that are laying the foundation for love to really land for you. So I'm just really impressed, really blown away here. Like, wow, well done. Well done. There's more intimacy here now than any previous configuration of the connection because there's just more honesty here now. He said he just wants peace. Again, the question is, what does that mean and look like for him? What's included in peace and what's not included in peace? And can he provide examples? He thinks relationships come with expectations that he won't be able to show up for, like he'll fail me and upset me. He doesn't want to hurt anyone. Got it. Yeah, the vent, like that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense because, that's a core thing for people who rank high on the dismissive avoidance scale. That's a really core, like, I can't be in a position to let you down. I'm not going to be okay if I let you down. So, that he doesn't like arguing or conflict. Got it. And so then my question is what we're doing now, arguing and conflict, what we're talking about, this kind of conversation, is this the opposite of peace? Or is this, because if he's including this in not peace, then we have some adjustments to make in the lens because this is actually intimacy. Exactly, Vivint. You wouldn't approach him in that way. Exactly. You're not a yeller or a screamer. I mean, quick to check a bitch, but that's different. Okay, I have Heather on the list. Hi, Heather. Thanks for joining in. You can paste your birth details in queue. And we can get started. He was cool with our conversation. And when we met up, we fed the homeless. True twin flame style. Let's do something good for other people. It's hilarious. We both kept asking each other, how are you feeling after we talk a little bit and stopped throughout the night. That's really sweet, the vent. Very sweet. There's a lot of care and a lot of love. And one of the things that I really appreciate and enjoy about Thais Gibson's work is that she is, she's really good at what are the behaviors and what's the language of making love a behavior instead of just allowing love to be a feeling, right? And so, with that in mind, the work that you've been doing has been about, like I said, in those 7 or 8 different areas of skill that you cultivated, what it is that you're doing is working. How do I make my love a behavior in each one of these? And so it's really phenomenal. I love hearing about it and seeing it. I love that there's, a sense here of, um, and the homeless guy was like, follow the woman, she will lead you. I was like, wow, what the fuck? Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. And you are. I mean, the kind of conversation that you had with him, that's not the kind of conversation that that he would have been able to access with any other woman, given the stuck point he's in his growth. Other women would have pushed, cajoled, manipulated, rejected, or abandoned him. You're in this position where, your work with your own mirror through the connection is facilitating a an opportunity for, through your self-love, to be loving to him in the place where he is growing too. So that's really, really, really great. I'm happy to hear it. Okay, November 12th, 1965, 10:25 a.m. Okay, great, Heather. Thank you so much. All right, let me jump in with Heather. Thank you so much for sharing the event. It's wonderful to have heard such a breakthrough in union energy happen for a set of twins. I really, really love this. Okay. So, Heather, I'm curious what your question is. I'll let you paste it and then we'll begin. Okay. Then after we do Heather, we'll do Cat Bond. And I think for him, we were able to have the conversation because it wasn't emotional. Yeah, some people just can't do conversations when either they're in their emotions or you're in your emotions or both. And like crazy, it was calm. I asked questions. It was truthful. I validated his feelings. Nice event. All right. All right, emotional black belt. I'm impressed. This is so wonderful. Awesome. Well done, you. Okay, let's take a look. She said, Heather says, I'm going through a tough rehab from a fractured hip surgery. Ah, ouch, Heather. Can you see a light at the end of the tunnel for me? That's a great question. Let's have a look. When did you have the surgery, Heather? Or when did you fracture the hip even? That would be great. If you can share that, Heather, that would be very useful. When did you fracture the hip? What I'm seeing here, Mercury is the house of your, Mercury is the ruler of your house and of health and well-being here. That's a Gemini house for you. Your natal Mercury sits here at the 12th degree of Sagittarius. We have a Chiron square to that placement, or trine to that placement going on at this time. So it's likely to bring more healing energy forward. Okay, so it was recent, April 16th in Spain. It was on the solar eclipse. Interesting. Okay. So Gemini here. Oh, interesting. Heather, this is wow, I don't like having to see this and I like having to say it less. There's something about this that is telling me that let me just go back to that date and see, April 16th. 4:16. Yes, there's an intuitive process. Yeah, there it is. It's Chiron directly trining that ruler of the 6th house from the 12th house. You know what? This is about listening to your intuition, Heather. I'm not sure what intuitive hit you were getting during this time about the healing and the recovery, about the ski trip, about the specific hill you went down when you took the fall, or however the fall happened. This whole period was designed with divine purpose to help you lean into your intuition in more specific and direct ways. And so, because this is helping you lean into your intuition more and helping you understand your intuition more, the light at the end of the tunnel for you when it comes to this going better as you move forward has everything to do with trusting your intuition and your healing process. Now, I don't know what the physical therapy that you've been working with has been, but again, I'm seeing some level of knock, knock, Heather, it's your intuition. Here's what we think is going to be best for us. And there is a need here for you to leverage the experience to lean all the way into that intuition for you. This Chiron transit to your natal Mercury from your house of health and well-being, or from your 12th house of where intuition lives, aspecting as the ruler of your 6th house, means that your intuition, when it comes to your health and well-being and what's going to recover you, it comes in pretty sharply and clearly. It might even come in as passing thoughts. What I would say is that it is going to, for you, be the kind of thing where it's time to start honoring these passing thoughts. It's time to start allowing these passing thoughts to be taken more seriously. And as these things are being taken more seriously, it will, in fact, provide you the guidance you need to advocate with your doctors and find therapies that will help your recovery process even more. The Mercury retrograde cycle that we just completed here has really created in your 6th house a revisitation of some of those intuitive hits. I'm seeing I was persuaded to do it by my son. I was not happy and felt waves of energy on the lift just before. Yeah, Heather. And so this is your moment. This is your moment to really start to lean more into your intuition and no longer ignore it. And I hate that it was such a painful experience that you've had, that the experience of why you can't afford to ignore your intuition. I'm really bummed that this came through such a painful physical experience. That part really sucks. Like, really sucks. And simultaneously, I'm seeing that, for you, this is what's going to allow you to never ignore that intuition again. No, ma'am, not you. Not going to happen. As far as the recovery process goes, I am seeing that it does get smoother from here now that Jupiter is in fire sign Aries. The end of the year does look like it's a little tough during the winter months with the Mars retrograde in the same house. You might finish rehab only to realize you have to go back to rehab somehow over the holidays. My strong recommendation also would be to mindful about what you eat, because there could be food, 6th house governs digestion, that can really mess up your digestion. Not your digestion, mess up your recovery process by causing inflammation in the body. So just be careful about what you choose to digest as well, Heather. Okay. But yeah, light at the end of the tunnel, definitely coming. Lesson, totally learned. So hang in there. I don't see this being a lifelong pain or problem for you. I see it being this year, you're going to be recovering from it. But after this year, it looks like you're in a much better place. Miss Cat B, it is your turn. Please paste your Q and birth details. And hey, Asada Zaman, Biplab, it's so great to see you. How have you been, Asadu Zaman? I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. How have you been? Great to see you. Great to reconnect. Thank you, Kay. Lesson learned for yeah, right. This is one you'll never forget. You can't unknow this lesson. Okay. K Moon or elements. Which elements are struggling this year? Yeah. So it's Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, and Taurus. It's not even so much that they're struggling as much as the third dimension circumstances of their life are demanding change of them. And change is not what the fixed signs, those four that I just mentioned, are known for. They're not known for it at all. And so you can call me Assad. Thank you, Assad. It's very lovely to connect with you once again. Those fixed signs are the ones that are being asked to change, but the change can just be hard to do. Fixed signs are known. Their gift to humanity is their staying power, their stick-to-itiveness, their consistency and follow through. And so change isn't necessarily one of the things that they're great at, but it's one of the things that's non-negotiable this year. So hang in there, my fixed sign people. Figure out what needs to change and change it. Don't resist. The more you resist, the harder this gets. Okay, 10:55 p.m., 5:24. Pleasure is all mine. It's fun because today we had, I think, 2 or 3 guys join the chat, which is unusual, including you, Assad. Great to have you here. How was your new moon, Assad? The new moon was this past Monday. What's the week been like for you with the new moon energy? Okay, in the upcoming year, what are my biggest transits? That's a great question. Assad's an Aquarius. Yeah. One of my Aquarius best friends is going through a lot. He just moved, but he also thinks he might be getting a divorce. Like there's a lot of change for all of the fixed signs, third dimensional change. So I've made a decision. I'm just going to embrace all the changes. Got it. Very good. Well, that's also easier for you than it is for some of the other signs. You have an abundance of Gemini energy. Mutable energy loves to go with the flow cat. You also have the cardinal sun and that, or cardinal moon, and that energy really likes to take initiative to begin new things as well. So, you know, your capacity with transformation is a lot easier than it would be if you're a person with an abundance of fixed energy. In the coming year, the things that are going to be the biggest transits for you is Jupiter's run through your money house. You have 1 year of it so far. Next year, you're going to have another 6 months of it. There's a lot of opportunity here to make more money, to increase your status, to facilitate breakthroughs and growth financially for yourself if you're playing your cards right and taking advantage of the opportunities that are placed in front of you. We also have a transit here that is Taurus, Uranus conjunct your Mercury. This can make your mind race, like go really fast, like a lot of ideas coming in. Again, I feel like this looks like lightning energy. I feel like I've told you this before. I feel like I've said you need to work with the ground, work with the earth to really ground your mental state. This energy goes on for you. It's happening now, but it goes well into, I think, next year. Let's look at 2023. Oh, yeah. Let's look at the end of 2023. Yeah, by the end of 2023, Uranus will be heading away. No, it'll still be heading back towards your Mercury. Just be really careful about taking care of your mental health during this time. We've talked about this before, but it's worth repeating. The next really important energy that seems to be coming up in the next year, let's see. Natal Mars governs. There's something in the world of creative projects over the winter time as Mars hits your Gemini Mars, and Mars governs that late part of the second house, there's something in the world of projects that it looks like you redo during the Mars retrograde, specifically with an eye toward, I know if I did this again, but did it in this way, I could make more money. So there seems to be some level of like prep time around the way your business is structured, the services you offer, in the world of creativity for you, or your marketing, your communications. There's something in the world of that it looks like you're working on over the winter so that you're able to make more money next year, which is fantastic. Other important transits, let me get out into the end of the first quarter of next year. Let's clear this so I can see clearly. If you haven't already, oh yeah, you have, Kat. There's a reload, and I think you're in the middle of that now. And there's some kind of way in which the services that you're offering are shifting or changing. You know, I'm not sure if your gardening clients are woo-woo, but adding your woo into the work you're doing as a service offering based on the way your chart is set up does appear to be something that is a potential way that you can make more money. So I don't know if you want to plant crystals in people's gardens or what, like what kind of woo thing would be helpful for them that you can incorporate. But I'm seeing that there's some level of incorporating this part of you who really deals with this stuff into the work, and it's like a new revenue line. Another way the same energy can be interpreted is that maybe you incorporate a service called like soil rehabilitation, and you do some work around just the earth itself for people so that they have the capacity to grow things that they otherwise wouldn't be able to if they just went with the soil as is. But really kind of tending to what's in the soil, what's the quality of the soil before you even put anything into it. With that Scorpio midheaven, that really sets you up for taking care of the hidden things before the blooming things. And so I'm seeing that potential for you to add that on as a service. All right, Cat B, thank you. Let's take a look. What deck wants to be used? Big transits, big energies for the next year. Okay, it's the Rider-Waite. Let's see. Thank you so much, Assad. It is nice to be here with such beautiful girls and such handsome gentlemen and such beautiful souls. Gender aside, like you guys are some of the best souls I have met in life. I'm sorry you had that experience with the Gemini. Really, really sorry you had that experience, Assad. It's Angelina Jolie's birthday. What a babe. Yeah, she's a gorgeous physically gorgeous person. I don't know anything about her personality. She seems to be pretty private. You know who's not private is one Miss Amber Heard. Okay, talk to us about Kat's changes coming in the next year. What changes are coming for Kat in the next year? Some of the biggest changes coming for Kat in the next year. Interesting. There we go. Changes for Kat in the next year. I need one more. Okay, that's 3. Just need one of y'all. So which one is it going to be? There we go. Okay. 8 of Cups upright, 9 of Cups reversed, 5 of Wands reversed, Hangman reversed. Okay. I mean, I think we've kind of talked about this, Kat. You know, what's interesting is when I'm looking at this, this is talking about releasing a situation that's been unfulfilling for you. And we've talked about what this is and kind of the releasing you've had to do and why it's unfulfilling for you. And I can see here the part that you're releasing in the next year is the internal conflict around it. There's a little bit, or has been a little bit, of did I do the right thing? Have I tried everything that I could try? Have I shown up every way I could show up? Have I given everything that I could give? When I look at this for you, this is telling me that the questioning, the second guessing, you're able to settle more into your own perspective around what's happened here. And in honoring your own perspective, there is a renewal of love in your love space, but it it took not being so open, so flexible, so willing to meet someone halfway for this renewal of love to come in. This Eight of Cups reverse, Eight of Cups upright, Nine of Cups reversed. I get it. Walking away was not what you wanted. But it was the only option for you to get some of the peace you needed in your life, given where things stood between you and your person. If I had to interpret this from a business aspect, although there's way too much water here for it to be about business, even the Hanged Man card at the bottom of the deck is a Pisces card. So much water here. But if I had to force this to be about business, this is talking about releasing your attachment to doing certain work in certain ways. And in so doing that, it actually facilitates a state of peace in your work world. It makes things go smoother. It takes you out of limbo. It allows momentum to build again. But I get it. This was just, if you could have had it all your way, the way it's going is not the way it would have went. And so I'm specifically being drawn to that Eight of Cups card. There's a sun moon conjunction here. That's a full moon energy. There's also eclipse energy here. Yeah, lunar eclipse energy. Yeah, it's an ending. I definitely see it, which we've talked about, Kat. Hey, and then I can now absolutely say that I have done everything that I can. It's time for me to take a step back. Okay, I totally understand. Totally understand. So, like I said, this, if you had it all your way, would this be the path? No, no, not at all. And simultaneously, I see you moving toward greater peace and less internal conflict about this as time moves forward. And the year will really be colored by this, by you coming to peace, you making peace with how it went, you coming back to yourself after a time of having been, in this situation. So it's a transition period for sure. That's what this was talking about. We have decided to live separately. It's like being able to breathe finally. And wait, what? We have said, and I just for me, but for both of us. Not just for me, but for both of us. I get it. Yes, very good, Kat. I get it. This is not easy energy. Not easy energy at all, but I see that this is a transitional moment and that love is possible after the transition internally is complete for now. And it could be with her, it could be with somebody else, Kat. That's what I have, sweets. All right, Kylie is correct here, Cassandra. You're welcome to go back and double check. I would re-listen to the reading and just let me know what you hear, and what you see. If in fact I pulled the information correctly for you, Cassandra, and you want me to look at somebody else's chart or look at it in a different way, then yeah, that would be a different reading. Okay. And if I just did it wrong, since I don't typically do redos on readings, I'd probably just refund you. And if you want to pay again and then, have me look again, I can. Okay. But I don't save the charts once I'm done with them. I don't even remember what our reading was about, Cassandra, even though it was just 2 people ago. I erase all of this because there's already been like 20 some odd people I've read for today. So I erase all of this as quickly as I can from my brain so that I can stay sovereign and have the next reading be clear for the next person. But you're welcome to just scroll back. Like I said, I did Kat, I did Heather, then I did you just before that. You've scrolled back to Patricia. You've gone too far. You were after Kathleen and after Patricia. Okay. Let me know what you find there. We can definitely move on the list. If somebody would like to join, you absolutely can. That's how you do it, is through that one question, one chart mini reading link there. That link, that information there has all the information you need to jump on the list. Payment information about the, what's it called? The links, how much to pay, and what's on offer. Okay. What's to pay and what's on offer. Very, very, very nice. Yeah, so Cassandra, I'm looking now and I see that the birth information you provided for me was Tucson, Arizona, 11/14/74. So that's the information that I worked with here on the chart is Tucson, Arizona, 11/14/74. All right. If you want me to answer the same question with a different chart information, you just need to make a separate payment. And I can look at it from the other person's perspective. Prisoner to natal planet. All of that. The other thing, Cassandra, that there's what's going on here too is that if you want to do birth time, you can if you have it, but if you don't, I mean, I'm not looking at that as much as I'm looking at the relationships the planets have to one another, kind of what's going on there. Yeah, that's the way Kylie phrased it is exactly right. Birth time can make the reading more accurate, but it doesn't make the reading you had not accurate. That's well put, Kylie. Thank you. Kylie, thank you so much for being an awesome moderator. It is your turn. Do you have a question for me? Do you have something you'd like me to look into for you? Vivent says she's learned so much. What have you learned, Vivent? You have learned a lot. You've learned a whole lot. What does it mean when your plan is for like your solar return or opposite somebody else's? I'm not sure based on the way the question is phrased. I understand. I don't know who we're dragging the event. Or who learned. Maybe the two of you are in private conversation outside of here, the vent and Kylie, which I know happens. Oh, you're telling me to drag Kylie. I'm not going to drag Kylie. What, Kylie? What is your question? Let me know what your question is and I will answer it. Um, drag her. Time on the birth chart. Okay, I just woke up, so I was not very on point. That's okay, Cassandra. It happens to the best of us. But if in if there's something that's missing, I would re-listen. It sounded like at the time, the thing I remember you saying as we concluded our reading, um, is that something's really resonated there. So, if it tracked with your intuition, I would work with that. But if it's just straight up like you wanted me to read his chart and what you provided was your birth information, then what you need to do is pay for another reading, hun. Okay. Kylie told you to drag me. Why are we dragging the vent? What does it mean when your planet is for your solar return or opposite somebody else's? Just that if they're exact opposite, just that the two of you would be experiencing the inverse mirror in your lives, that things happening for them would be happening in the inverse for you. So you would experience the same stuff just in the reverse because it's a mirror. My pain entertains her. Is that true, Kylie? Are you entertained by the vent's pain? I do not have one. I've seen death already. Okay. So nothing has changed other than both of the men. I don't have time to think about them. I really appreciate it though. No problem, Kylie. Just thought I would double check. You may think of one later. If you do, let me know. Hey, I thought of a question. Cool. Yes, things resonated but looked funny and I couldn't figure out why till I was in the shower. That's when things hit me. Got it. Yeah. Got it. Nah, but real talk, Kylie, be ready to fight for me. Kylie does. Kylie will go to the mat for people. Sometimes I'm concerned, but that's all her Aries energy. I'm like, okay, Kylie, you don't need to be going to the mat for all these people. You cannot undergird as many people. That's an exclusive relationship to your time. I don't. Everyone's just not entitled to. Sometimes I'm concerned. Yes, Kay. Tell me. I mean, the vent, tell me. Tell me, tell me. We might wrap up here shortly if nobody else has any questions. Two agents are interested in your brother. That's awesome. Congratulations, the vent. That is great. Hopefully, that information I sent you from MY was useful for you. I can't do it anymore. It will literally kill me. Hopefully, Kylie stays on the planet. I like Kylie on Earth, although I understand sometimes she'd like to go to Mars. So my former professor, who's a lawyer, will look over contracts. Very good. Very good. You should also have an entertainment lawyer look. I know it's money, but someone who specializes in these kind of contracts actually understands what kind of information should be in there, could be in there, that is not in there, that could allow your brother more latitude and freedom. So if there's an entertainment lawyer who specializes in specifically contracts for actors and there's money around to have that person look at it, I would ask them, like, what's a contract review cost with you? Because it's something I need. She's an entertainment lawyer, but she hasn't practiced in this particular. But that's what I'm saying, the vent. You need someone who understands the nuances of specifically the deals between actors and their agents so that he's not trapped into anything that doesn't work for him. And all of the exceptions that allow him latitude to depart if it does not work for him are written into the contract up front. So he's not spending years of his life in a relationship that isn't getting him where he needs to go. That's what I would say. That would be useful. I enjoy the sea too, but I would like to have a conversation with the mermaids though, and they're a little scary. I know they have the mermaids. The stories people tell about mermaids is that they have tricksy energy, but when you see them, all you see is like beauty and like love and like, ooh. So yeah, amazing. I sent him it, but he had a showcase at his school. Got it. What school does he go to, the vent? I'd be curious what school he's enrolled in. Amazing. Ariel has a dark side. I know, right? Oh, speaking of dark sides, you want to look at Amber Heard's chart? Yeah. We can look at Amber Heard's chart. Let's do it. Let me find it. Amber Heard birth astro chart. Let's see. Did you guys follow what went on with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard? Was that something you guys were paying attention to these last several weeks? Mm-mm-mm. Do we have a birth time for her and how reliable is it? Let me see. Let me share screen so you guys can see what I'm up to. I am looking for the chart of one Miss Amber Heard. April 22nd, 1986. She's born in Austin, Texas. Where did they get a birth time? Okay, let me come back here. We'll go to astro-charts. I want to see, not that one. Let's look at astro theme. Time is unknown. Okay, got it. Amber Heard. Texas, Austin. And she is 4/22, 1986. Well, this had to have been a shitty ass birthday for her ass. Huh, interesting. Okay, so here's what we have. Actually, let me come back to the chat so I can see you guys while I look at her chart. Okay. The only one who got picked up by agents. That's awesome. He went to Keene University. Okay, got it. He's the only one that got picked up from agents from his showcase. Wow. Okay. No, you guys didn't scare anyone away. You guys are all good. Okay, so for those of you who were paying attention to the trial and in the newscasts, just out of curiosity, what do you think the key takeaways were for the collective? I'd like to hear your opinions. As I'm looking here at one Miss Amber Heard's chart information. Okay, so we have big old changes on the Scorpio Taurus axis because of the eclipses. Power reversals inside of relationship and connection were definitely on deck for her. And let's see, she's got the Libra moon, the Taurus rising, the Taurus sun. Ooh, and look how much fixed energy this person has. We also have Neptune square Mercury, fanciful delusions there, somebody who's not always very grounded in what they perceive. And it's a T square between Neptune, Mercury, and the moon. So the only answer for this person to balance their energy would be to sink into emotional integrity, which we saw. Miss Thing doesn't have a lot of capacity to do. She doesn't have a lot of willingness to do. Chiron here in her second house, self-esteem can be very low for a Chiron second house person. And Saturn retrograde boundaries can be very bad, especially with sex. I think they colluded. Interesting, Kylie. It is a thought that crossed my mind that maybe they were in on this together, but I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. This, when I'm looking at it, is talking a lot more about a stubborn, strong-willed person, all that fixed energy, who does like to have things their way, Sun in Taurus. But also, whenever you see the Scorpio seventh house of committed partnership, this is a person who can be a bit drawn to chaos in relationships. It's the shadow side of this Scorpio energy manifesting. This is a person who, in the world of romance and partnership, is really, can never just sit still, be content, relax, and let the relationship unflow. Like there's, in the shadow side of seventh house, Scorpio, that's drama. It's the drama queen, drama king relationship, Scorpio seventh house in the shadow. So I'm not surprised that we've seen what we've seen given the circumstance. I would agree this has some pretty dire consequences for her career, based on the way it played out for her, but not just this, but also the way things have played out for her with regard to her behavior outside of the relationship. The way she has shown up on set, the way she has offended certain of her colleagues and coworkers, and they have found her difficult to work with. The combination of energies here, this ungroundedness, the stubbornness and need to have it all her way, the emotional manipulation tendencies here with Mars and Neptune square this Mercury moon opposition. This is kind of an energy of someone who struggles emotionally, not just with their own, but with other people's emotions, and therefore can spend a lot of time with all that fixed energy trying to control not just their own, but other people's emotions, which we did hear a lot of, that there was a lot of manipulation and control in the way she showed up. Not just with him, but also, I don't know if you guys saw, like leading up to her casting in the Aquaman role, or the role she had in that film and that franchise series, there were a lot of like special case demands that she placed on her participation that, yeah, it it was easy to label her as difficult to work with after that experience. Now, what's unique about her is I do see the intuition energy. I don't see that she's specifically vindictive, manipulative, and calculating. I see it's a function of being so emotionally dissociated from herself. That dissociation can create and facilitate a lot of challenges being able to be connected with other people, especially with the Scorpio and the seventh sign from the sun, especially. And manipulation and control could just be a default way of trying to not have to deal with feelings. You can look here in her chart and see water, which deals with the realm of emotions, is at a low for her. There's not a lot of emotional, doesn't mean she doesn't feel, but in terms of her capacity to deal with feelings, not as gifted, not as good at it as some of the other people, some of the other eggs in the dozen. So, and you pair that with low self-esteem and that Chiron sitting with that low self-esteem here in the second house, you do have a recipe for someone who will put their needs to cover up pain and their self-esteem in front of other people's needs or in front of connection. So yeah, her chart kind of reads like the kind of person who would do what we've seen her done, what she's being accused of. That's definitely here. Tell me what you guys think. What did you guys think of the trial, the verdict, what you've seen, what you've picked up on? What is your perspective? The vent says, sounds like my manager. It'd be interesting to see her birth chart. Let's take a quick look at Johnny Depp's birth chart. For anyone just joining, the list is definitely open. If you'd like to jump on it, you definitely can. The way to do so is in the blue pinned comment box at the top of the chat. Once you open your chat, Kentucky Owensboro, 6/9/1963, 8:44 a.m. We come back to the chat here. Okay. To me, he won after that record about you think people are gonna believe you. I know. I remember that. If I ever get her details, I'd share them. Like, this is where you can find her. Johnny is my mom's age. Yeah. Okay, so here's Mr. Johnny Depp. Now what's interesting, I did look at their charts before. What was it that I saw that stood out to me? This Uranus, Mars, Pluto configuration here, along with Ceres and Juno. What's interesting and unique about his chart is he actually, if I'm being really honest, and I hate to say this, I hated seeing it before, he does look prone to a little bit of volatility when he's triggered. And not just a little bit, but a lot of bit of volatility when he's triggered, especially with Chiron opposing this particular configuration. His triggering would really come from woundings to his pride in a lot of ways. Now, I see here with both, the Taurus Mercury and the Taurus Venus, this combination, like and the Leo rising, he can be a very prideful person. So I think what he experienced really wounded his pride. And to be honest with you, if I'm thinking back to the timeline of events leading up to this trial, Depp was content to get divorced without this going any further. He was content to just separate and leave it at that. But it was when Amber Heard started bringing up all this stuff about him being abusive, that's when we really saw him kind of feel backed into a corner in such a way where I have to defend my reputation, which this configuration would have forced him into doing anyway. The event, you'll remember the Sati Sati transit, the one you call the Suge Knight transit. He did go through that in 2019 and 2020, which is right about the time right after that when that op-ed got published, that would have really damaged a lot of his reputation. I see here the toll it took on his physical health and well-being. But that the jury found at the end of the trial that the two of them were problematic in this relationship together, more so her than him. It doesn't surprise me because I see problematic behavior for him here. He's not, but it's really upon triggered, and being deeply triggered. And for him, his deep trigger has to do with his reputation, truly, the face he puts to the world. When you come after his reputation, he is the kind of person that will come after you without remorse. And so, when you damage his self-esteem, when you wound his self-worth, the volatility that she described, that he would break a wine bottle or throw something, maybe not at her, but in her vicinity, all of these kind of things, they're here. They're in his chart. Does he have the capacity to go there? Yeah. With Aquarius on his 7th house, and Saturn retrograde in his 7th house, I do see he has the potential to be a little too giving sometimes. He can be a little too generous with people and get his toes run over. And so that too can cause him to want to lash out at times. I've seen that with Aquarian people, that they give too much and then lash out. It's the sign of the martyr in shadow. So, hey, Miss Elvin, great to see you. So all of that to say, when I look at this, that the two of them got caught in a toxicity cycle together doesn't surprise me, especially her limited capacity with emotions and that kind of manipulation energy we saw in her chart, and his like volatility. Like he's a very passionate person. But passion can be used to create or destroy, right? So what happens is, we get to use it in whatever way we see fit. And you push Johnny Depp too far, you get some of what you're hearing her reporting on. You push her or just bring emotions up in her space, and you get what we hear him reporting on about who she is. So toxicity cycle, absolutely, between the two of them. Yeah, Elvin, it's open. If you want to jump on it, go for it. That Kylie's convinced that there's collusion, that they've made this up together. For what reason, Kylie? I have to hear the reason. Why do you suspect that there's said collusion going on? What are they colluding about, and to what end? I'm dying to hear this. Yeah, really curious what your take is. Yeah, because her career is done. So, yeah, exactly. I'm like, so what is this supposed to give them? Um, like if there was collusion, there'd have been some mutual benefit to it. And I'm not getting that there's any mutual benefit here, especially given the ways that he got removed from the Harry Potter franchise, and excluded from, I think he was on Aquaman as well. And then he got excluded from that. Like he's lost a lot of money through this. So I'd be curious to hear your take on uh why you suspect that. Like what would be the purported benefit for them? Okay, so we have Elvin on the list. I will read for Miss Elvin next. Career doesn't affect her other aspects of life. I don't know, Kylie. I don't know that that's true for her. Um, I mean, she had charges brought against her when she was younger for being physically abusive with a girlfriend that she had in an airport. You know, Jason Momoa has called her abusive and said that she's difficult to work with. I would struggle to see how this benefits her in any way because now she's what we have now for her is a track record of behavior that, frankly, unless I was like really high, it, you know, I don't understand what this would do for her. So it's already started, Venice. Welcome. Great to meet you and have you here. The list is open. We just received a payment from Elvin, and Elvin is going to paste her birth details for me and her question so that I can create a chart. And if you would like to make a payment, the information to facilitate payment and get on the list is right there. I just pasted it in the chat. 2525 for the single question astro chart read, 3535 if you want me to throw in tarot and oracle clarifiers to that for additional information and channeled insight. Payment information is right there. Venmo or PayPal. Have a listen to how I read Venice for Miss Elvin here and see if this is something that resonates for you. If it's something you'd like to do, if you're available and called to it, then I would be happy to read for you. So I'm going to go ahead and put in Elvin's birth details here. I saw that Turkey changed the way it wanted to spell its name just this weekend, or in the last 24 hours. Adapazari 4/20, 1994, 6:14 p.m. All right, cool. I am now in finance school, but considering changing to web design, would that make sense? Where's your moon sit? What do you have in Libra? Oh, you have the Libra rising. What does your eighth house and second house look like? Interesting. Elvin, the way your chart is set up, I do see you could be really good at both. So I see you're going to have to make a decision. When it comes to the world of finance, Jupiter here in Scorpio and Pluto in Scorpio in your second house, you're always going to have the power to create and draw down and pull money through. Also, with Venus here in the eighth house, you have a lot of the power planets and opportunity planets in relationship to your money access. So, could you be successful in the world of finance? Absolutely. Would it work well for you in this lifetime? Absolutely. Would it be fulfilling for you financially? It would. I don't know that it would be fulfilling for you in any way other than that because of the way Cancer sits at your midheaven and the ruler of Cancer The moon sits here inside of Leo. Moon in Leo wants its thoughts and feelings to be very visible on the outside world. Moon in Leo wants to be, the starlet, the center of attention. And with the Libra rising, I do see you naturally have very good design taste. And so I see, if you were to do something in the world of web design, would that be probably more fulfilling? Probably. The challenge that I'm seeing for you is that in order for web design to work for you, it would have to be not just the principles of beauty, but the technicals of structure at this point, given where we are in the evolution of web design. Could you get away with just being a really good kind of like style sheet master, or being gifted at could you get away with being what is that called, like graphic design? Yes. But the kind of money you would have to pay for somebody to develop every website that you were building would probably financially make it a little bit difficult in an industry that's combined with the two. Now, finance school, I'm seeing be more financially sustainable for you long term. And what I actually see is that it's going to buy you some time. Because if I'm being honest, looking at your chart, I don't see either one of those being the area of ultimate success and fulfillment, that intersection of meaning and money for you. One will give you meaning, one will give you money, but neither one gives you both. So, what's a girl to do? I would say you're already enrolled in finance school. You're encountering the challenges of being there. It's hard, right? It's not easy. And simultaneously, being in finance school in the way you are, the money you'll make on the other end will buy you some time, like I was saying, to figure out what's next. I don't know that you've arrived at the thing that you will ultimately do that will set up success and clarity for you. I think for you, this is that kind of success is coming your way, but it's going to be a minute. And I think some of it is going to be predicated on what happens as you hit your Saturn return energy in the next 2 years. So if this were me, this were my chart, unless I felt like a really super deep, strong pull around web design, and in my spare time, I'm watching web design videos, and for fun on my weekends, I'm actually doing web design work or taking, classes on, God, what is that called? Like layout and how to, make web design work. Unless that's what my fun is, I would stay put, Elvin. I would get through your Saturn return, which will be in the next 2 years. And I would listen for what else might be interesting for myself. And it's not to say, web design isn't the right move. It might be, but either way, I see whether it's finance or it's web design, either one is a stepping stone. The other way you could play it out, I imagine web design school might not cost as much as finance school. So you could also switch, pay a little less, rest on those skills until you do get to clarity about what's of interest to you. All right. I'm excited for you. You have to let us know what you end up choosing to do. What ends up coming forward for you. HUH says finance if you're good with math, web design if you're good with design. Yeah, you can also make the decision that way. But I'm seeing that there's going to be another change, is what I'm trying to say, when we hit your Saturn return. You haven't seen all of the changes that you will ultimately make in your career path, that there's more changes to come. School is free in Sweden. Yo, Kylie the vent. I don't know what we've been doing, but we're moving in with Elvin, guys. We're moving in with Elvin. She just got all this. The money is, this school is free, so I can just figure out what I want. We got all kind of other considerations we have to think through before we can even consider school, let alone which program. Geez. Yeah, we're moving in with you, Elvin. We're definitely moving in with you. I'm aware I will do something else later, but I feel like finance school will help on the way. To be honest with you, I agree, Elvin. I think it's going to be a power place for you. You only pay for books. Anybody else want to just like shout at the heavens and cuss out the air in front of them hearing this because you've been raised in the United States with student debt and loans? The state even pays us to study, and we have it so backwards here. Our states pay gun lobbies to or our gun lobbies pay states to ensure that people have more guns than they have education, and ergo we have the problems we have here. So there's that. Yeah. Yeah, you did tell me you wanted to be a life coach, the event. I think you'd be great at it. Um, you are all welcome. Thank you, Alvin. You need to start your finance company and then sponsor us so that we can move there and be with you. So we can become Swedish, we can get visas, working visas to work with you in your finance company. Is the ring location for me? You have to be there a certain amount of time. Hey, Kylie's already looking into it. Kylie got the details on how to get out of here. Good stuff, Kylie. Good stuff. You're welcome, the event. So cool. You're here, but you're sweeping. When does your friend come, the event? I'm really curious when your friend shows up from Barbados. And what kind of stuff are y'all going to get into? Be safe out here. Be safe. I'm sure because there's two of you, you'll be safer than if there's one. Just make sure you go everywhere together. And don't touch nothing and don't let nobody breathe on you because monkeypox is real. So is this Legionnaire situation, which I am really not a fan of. Like, can a girl breathe outside without catching a disease? Dog. I'm so sorry for all the problems. I'm so sorry for all the problems we're having over here too. Jesus, her flight gets in at 7, then we're going to the Dominican Republic. Got it. Well, I guess you won't have to worry about the problems I just mentioned since you're going to be in DR. Sounds like fun. What, a legion who? Legionnaires sweeping through the Bronx. You haven't heard this news report? Just 2 water towers and two buildings that has made a Legionnaire's disease has made an appearance and taken 5 lives in the last 30 days. And it's spreading rapidly through 2 zip codes in the Bronx. So, like I said, be careful, don't touch nothing. People out here stunting with these masks, but you need to remember masks will keep you safe. Masks will keep you safe. So yeah, between the COVID, the monkeypox, and the Legionnaires, girl, my ass is in the fucking house. I told the van I want to be a digital nomad. Yes, I think that would be great, Kylie. I think digital nomading would be, it would really like, it would be good for your spirit, Kylie. Absolutely. Yeah, Kylie, we don't have as many deaths about monkeypox, but I did see that the World Health Organization said it's too late to contain it at this point. That we've passed the deadline for being able to contain it. Crazy, right? Crazy. Y'all just remember to wear your masks, and I don't care how stupid it looks if you wear plastic gloves. If you in an area where it's just too many people touching and breathing on each other, cover yourself. Cover yourself. I used to hate wearing hats and gloves as a girl in like kindergarten, and my mom always made me wear it when it was cold outside, and I would take them off because I thought I didn't look cool with a hat and gloves on. And so I would always take them off. But my mom was like, I don't care if you look cool or not. Put these on. And that's how I kind of feel about wearing my mask around these days. I'm like, I don't care how it looks. I am putting this on. I'm watching out for the meth heads and the sores that they come in with. Damn. My mom gave me mad gloves. Mama was right to give you gloves. That was a good idea on her part. She's looking out. She don't want you getting none of these diseases out here. Sores that the meth heads come in with. Dang. I didn't know you got sores from doing meth. Jesus. When I was little, I used to wear bandanas on my head. It's cute. It's over 110 degrees. Kylie, really? That's really, really, really hot. 110. We're only in the beginning of June. We haven't even gotten to the swamp months yet. Gosh. Um, Kylie says it's hard to wear a mask. Girl, you find yourself in a circumstance where people standing too close, breathing, coughing, and sneezing on each other, you better get you a mask. Some people just don't care. They do not care what they give you, what they get. They do not care, some people. Okay, beloveds. Well, this has been a treat. And unless anybody else wants to jump on the list, we are going to complete here. Are you sending for another cue? No problem. You can totally send for another cue, Elvin. Be happy to read for you. Okay, Elvin, I see your payment here. Thank you so very much, sweetheart. Whenever you're ready to post the details, not your chart, no problem. Whenever you're ready to post what you want me to look at and your question, I'll take those birth details and take um, the question. Okay, let's take a look. Thanks, Elvin. Let's share screen so I can construct the chart with you. Oops, let's do this. Oops, that's not it. Sweden. And let's go here, Malmo. And let's go here. I was thinking about you last night, Elvin. I was like, you seem to be in such a really good place. And like, I like that you guys are communicating a lot more than you ever have been in the last couple of years. And I was really, I'm thinking this is 11:01 p.m. Elvin, not AM. So correct me if it's actually AM. I was like, this is good that there's been movement between the two of you in the last 90 days. Going to be all about love for me. Can you see when all is going to be about love for him? Yeah, great question. It comes in literally as an overlap to your energy. So Jupiter is going to transit through Aries and then through Taurus. And it started off here in Pisces. House 5, house 6, house 7, house 8. These are our relationship houses. The relationship houses start with flirting. That's 5. 6, where a person becomes a part of our day-to-day world. 7, where there is commitment, and 8, where the two become one through the sacred marriage energy. This combination of Jupiter traveling through these houses, having started this year for him, does bring him into a season of love, absolutely, where opportunity around love is starting the process of moving. This year, Jupiter will get up to about the 7th or 8th degree before retrograding back in that 5th house of dating, romance, and flirtation. Next year, it gets into this house where things start to take form and take shape as a person being a part of his world. If he chooses to use the energy in that way, 6th house is also service, 5 creative projects. 7th house, AM. Okay, then let's have a look. Hang on, let me adjust this. Edit. Malmo, Sweden. It's correct. You must provide a valid location. Okay, let me see. Let me see. There we go. Let me transit this. Interesting. Okay. I'm still not seeing bad energy here. In fact, what I'm seeing with Jupiter conjunct his natal Jupiter this year, he did get into a love energy this year because Jupiter is the ruler of his 7th house of committed partnership. Late ruler is Saturn. Next year, Jupiter gets transit Jupiter hits that natal Saturn, lighting up his 7th house of committed partnership the entirety of the time. Earlier this year, he had Jupiter transit Moon, lighting up his moon and putting him in a place of deeper emotional readiness and openness. So this is really good energy for him. I see the potential for relationship to come forward in the next year, simultaneous to you. And I'm seeing the potential, depending upon how you both choose to use the energy, this has a lot of potential between the both of you to move forward in a really lovely way. I'm also seeing here with Saturn approaching his sun, he is about to move into a period of time where he's more serious than he's ever been. About who he is and what he's bringing to the table and whether or not he's coming correct within himself toward his goals, towards his hopes, towards his wishes and his dreams, whether or not he's being honest and fair and congruent with himself. Where he has undermined himself during this period of time, you're going to find he cuts some of that out. And there may be times where there can be a little bit of there can be a little bit of, how do I put it, withdrawal during this period of time, because if he's not clear he has something to offer at this time, you're going to see him choose not to really show up with a Saturn talking to Sun. This is a period of time in a person's life where they do tend to buckle down, do tend to get very serious, do tend to really look deeply at what's possible for them by keeping better boundaries, better structure, better follow through. So Alvin says, I saw him on Thursday. We don't talk, but yeah, linger. Interesting. All these times where you're seeing him, does he see you? Like, are you guys at least saying hi? Even if there's not a conversation, are you acknowledging one another? That would be ideal. If there can at least be a hello, I see you. That would be nice. So yeah, I'm seeing the potential in his chart absolutely for a love season to show up here. And I like that. It's next year for him too. And these aren't the only chances. Both of you have other chances, which will be nice. Yes, you at least say hi. Very good. Very good. We also have this Pluto transit going to hit the 0 degree mark of Aquarius, which will light up his divine feminine energy and move him through a transformation cycle with divine feminine energy for him. So this is exciting. I like to see it. He sees me, we make eye contact, and don't break it. Okay, got it. All right. Well, hopefully you can say hi and not make it weird. Like just, like not let it be odd or overly intense, but instead allow the energy to move and be connected. Hopefully that's something the two of you can do and move toward. Between now and then, I don't see a lot of other movement. I just see what I'm seeing is more so, yeah, like a moving in each other's orbit until you can start to anchor the connection more in the third dimension with communication. So that's nice. I don't see any blocks on your side. I didn't see any on his side either. We have Miss Kelly K. It's your turn. Thanks for your payment. The energy is nice and we look at each other normal. Good. I'm happy to hear that. I think one day one of us will peep out a high while walking by. That's nice. Yeah, it'd be nice to say, hey, I remember you. How have you been? Keep it, break up the tension in it. Don't let it be tense. Like this isn't a movie. Let it be real. Be yourselves and be connected. Okay. Don't add drama that doesn't have to be there, I guess is what I'm saying. Don't make it, build it up to be a something. Just be cool. Say hello. Keep it moving. Missouri Webster Groves. And the only reason I say that is because if there's already seeing one another, like just being kind doesn't cost anything. And the longer you drag this out with seeing each other with all this history there, but say absolutely nothing, the weirder it gets when you finally do say something. Okay. That's nice, Elvin. Yeah. I don't see any blockages to what you just shared. It looks like it's totally plausible for you. Okay. Let me read for Miss Kelly K. I'm over the drama. I want to start over clean. Then say hello, Elvin. If that's what you want, then just say hello. Take all the tension out of it. I just wanted to get insight on what stands out in my chart for this upcoming summer. I guess I'm more curious about the short-term transit challenges than long. That sounds really good. Short-term transits. You do have a Jupiter transit to your natal Mars before it rotates back in retrograde fashion. And so I'm seeing there being a little bit of like positive energy for momentum building, executing on projects, getting yourself out there, especially with Mars being the ruler of this early third house. I'm not sure if you need to have, what's it called? I'm not sure if you need to move or relocate, but I'm seeing or build up your home or redo certain things in your home. But I'm seeing this summer is a time when you're going to start to work on transforming your home, building up your home, that kind of thing. I'm also seeing here over the summer that there's going to be a lot of really fun energy. Where is this Mercury? Here, yeah. Mercury in fifth house of communication and flirtation, Venus quickly joining it. It does look like some fun dating energy is here for you, Kelly. I don't know where you're at in relationships. The other way this could be used is instead of dating, the energy could be used for creative projects and really kind of building up some of your creative projects and finding collaborators to support you with that, which will be nice. And then let's see some of the other short-term energies here that look interesting. We did Jupiter, we did Venus, we did Mercury. We have a Mars return in your chart. These happen once every 2 or so years, 1.5 to 2 years. Mars comes back to its home sign in your chart. For you, that home sign is Aries. I'm seeing you doing a lot of work in the world of communication and just being more thoughtful and open and ambitious about initiative taking when it comes to what needs to get said in order for things to really move forward for you in your world, relationships, soul family, mostly soul family. Like there's some conversation it looks like you may have been delaying, may have not wanted to have, may have not needed to have, but this summer you get kind of like okay, now's the time. Let me say what I need to say. I see that here for you. So it's a really nice energy for this summer. It looks a little relaxed. I mean, don't get me wrong, the outer planets are showing me some tension in your life that's a bit longer term, but at least for now, that you have, it's not a breather with the outer planets doing what they're doing, but these faster moving planets are at least moving you into a period of creativity in the way that you're dealing with the problems. Kelly goes on to say, me and counterpart are in contact, but I'm feeling really balanced without expectations about that. Definitely open to dating whoever. Very nice. That's a great place to be. Um, there is potential around, summer fling energy here. I'm certainly seeing that. It's not the kind of energy that goes very deep. It's a kind of energy that's very light and is very fun, if anything. And again, you have free will. The energy is here for it, but you don't have to take advantage of it. You could use this in the other way toward creative projects if you feel that's more aligned for you. All right. I'm down for dating everyone. All right. Well, have fun with that energy, Miss Kelly. I love it. It's a great place to be. Yeah, it sounds like it. It sounds like you're in a really like even, steady place to be, and I like to hear that. Very nice. Hey, Queen of Water. You were here last week, right? I was wondering if I was going to hear from you today. Great to have you. Welcome. You're welcome, Kelly. You're very welcome. Very cool. Okay. And did I see another payment come in? No. Okay. Very nice. Nice to chat with you today, Kelly. Thank you so much for sending in for a question. You have to let me know how that resonated for you. It's 5 a.m. and I can't sleep. Oh, Queen of Water. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, sometimes some of the energy of the way the Schumann resonance has been shifting and the way that we've had some shifts in the world of um how do I put it? Schumann resonance and solar flares. There's been some really interesting information that's come through. Follow my queen of everything, Reiki sound bowls and tarot of amazingness. I love it. Queen of water. I think you do have a channel. If you would paste your channel in the chat, that would be really nice. When you're ready, it would be so nice to be able to um, check out your work. Feel free to paste it in the chat for everyone here. Human condition. Yeah. Yeah. Between the eclipses and those spikes in the Schumann resonance and the changes with the solar flares. Yeah, there's a lot of changes to the human condition this year. So many of them. Earth Angel Tarot and Therapies. Welcome. Okay, so this is Queen of Waters channel. Okay, very nice. Thank you for letting us know. Let's go over there. I'm very curious about Earth Angel. YouTube. Thank you so much, Queen of Water, for sharing. Earth Angel Tarot and Therapies. Let's see. I'll highlight that. List is open for anyone who's just joined and would like to get on it. I'm going to share screen. Our lovely chat member is Queen of Water. There's Earth Angel Tarot and Therapies. This is her channel. Very nice. Sound bath filled with water infused with oils. That sounds really nice. Grounding with an energy shift. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to videos. Let's see what is most recent. Reiki healing energy infused video. Nice. Sounds of nature from my home. Very nice. Aura cleanse with earth energy. Very cool. Thank you for sharing with us. Oh, you came up with the business name, Kylie. Let me see. History. Recently closed. Earth Angel. Let's see. I forgot to hit the sub button when I was over here. There we go. Thank you so much. Great to have it. Great to see you, Carmen. And you're on TikTok. Very nice. I am not on TikTok. I haven't ventured off the YouTube platform. I have really skipped it. Kelly says, I wanted to tell you, Kay, because this idea keeps coming into my mind. I would love to see themed live readings, topics, a topic that you pick, maybe even based on current energies. Huh. Interesting, Kelly. That's an idea I can consider. You know, sometimes people have questions. I've noticed like today has been a really big work question day for a lot of people. And so a lot of people came in and we did like work readings for them because they had questions about work, they had questions about money, questions about bosses, questions about coworkers, what's happening with work, love, and or work and money. So it's a great idea. Thank you for sharing that with me. And I think we might wrap up here because I don't have any new payments. Angels by code 0077. Nice, Kylie. Very nice. Kylie, you have to let us know how it went with the job too. I think you mentioned that you had a job that people were going to hire you and you weren't sure if you were going to do it or not. I hope it went well, that they gave you the call back. Awesome. Okay. So we are going to close out. Thank you all for being here. Unless anyone wants to get on the list. Job is not working out at all. We haven't heard back. You may hear back after the Mercury retrograde, and that just ended yesterday. So give it a chance for their Mercury retrograde to shake out on their end. And let's see what happens this week and next week. I'm not going to depress the chat. Oh, Kylie, I don't think you would depress the chat, so I'll stop talking about me. Oh, sweetheart, you wouldn't depress the chat. I get it. You've had a tough, tough little stretch of time here, and you're just trying to find your way. Just hang in there. But my suspicion is that the Mercury retrograde may have thrown some of their plans off on their end, and you just need to hang in there for what happens next. Yeah. Just playing around with my cards, and the star card fell out just as I was saying that to you. I do think you'll hear from them. It'll just be after this Mercury retrograde completes. But let me know if there's any accuracy to that. Worst year of my life. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely recall you saying it's been really hard. Really, really hard. I'm sorry, Kylie. Hang in there, hon. Unless you've decided you now have a question, Kylie, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap up. The problem is we are doing jobs we know, like, and never can tolerate. Yeah. Yeah. For a lot of people, that is kind of the situation, that there's this kind of pregnant pause energy, like, will I, won't I jump into something that actually works for me? I thought it was Mercury in my job too. Given that the event went down during a Mercury retrograde with this woman, can I be honest? Like, you said she showed up a month ago and now this is how she's behaving. Kylie, not Kylie, the vent, I don't think she's going to be there very long, if I'm being honest with you. I don't know. My mom just texted me. I don't know if it's, if you're going to, and I see something shifting the vent. I think that woman's not going to be there very long. I don't think it's going to be you who leaves, it's her, but it's going to be a matter of you keeping your cool between now and then. And the lesson in this for you really is, like, demonstrating verbally and behaviorally that you're a team player, that you're really willing to, like, go the extra mile, because I don't think she is. I don't think she has it. Yeah, I get it. She's friends with the senior vice president. I get it. But some jobs just aren't for everybody. And I think she's coming in hot in a way that's indicative of the fact that this isn't probably for her. It's probably not her bag. Nope, I will not talk about me, but thank you, came out. Kylie, you're very funny. Okay, very nice. The event, how long will you be in the Dominican Republic? Just curious. So Kylie and I can live vicariously. If you're saying it, then I believe it. Yeah, I don't know that she's going to make it. She was coming in very hot. Yeah, she was coming in hot. If this is what she's doing after 30 days, I mean, she ain't even known you for a full 4 weeks. And this is how she's been. No. Senior vice president's friend, sure. But again, you've had an established, albeit short term, track record of getting the job done. And here's this woman who's trying to tell you that you can't and tell everybody else that you can't. It doesn't reflect well on her. But you can do a little bit of political finessing to smooth this out and just ride this out until she departs. But I'm not saying it won't be easy, because I remember the card spread, it was full of a lot of difficult cards. I'm not saying it'll be easy, but if you can outweigh her or outlast her, then I think you'll be in the clear, especially because when she came in on a Mercury retrograde. I just don't think she's going to make it past 5 or 6 months. But I think you have the capacity to, if you don't let her get under your skin and you know, play the game. Queen of Water. Oh, is she a succubus? Kylie. That's funny. She might actually be, I don't know. She might actually be something. You know, the funny thing is you said she came from TV. It's been difficult and the whole team doesn't like her too. Yeah. It's the funny thing is she came from TV, but she's not getting hired in that world. And now she's in the world of podcasting and, a different type of digital content. As I'm taking this in and, you know, just it's like she wants things, she's trying to prove something with her behavior. We're going to do this the way I know how to do it, because TV is more professional than this little rinky-dink digital platform. It's like that kind of like looking down upon the job that gets you kicked out of the job. There's a little bit of that vibe to what you've described. She's slimy. I'm seeing her slither under a door. Queen of Water. Yeah, so it's a kind of manipulative energy. It's Queen of Water. It's a very like everybody else is the problem, but not me kind of energy. So I'm not surprised that she singled you out with your abundance of Scorpio energy in your chart. You have a very large projector set upon, or like screen upon which she's projecting. But, if you can just remember you have more power in the situation that she does, and just demonstrate yourself to be a team player, demonstrate yourself to have the back of the company, really do the work you need to do in excellent ways, show yourself to be the kind of person that will work with her while she is showing herself to be the kind of person that will undermine you and sabotage you and not work with you. I think the obviousness of her ridiculousness is going to keep you in the job and remove her. The challenge is going to be the way this makes you feel is going to make you want to rage quit, is what I remember seeing from your reading. Yes, Kay, we all said that. You told me this would happen, Kay. My coworker called me a mirror. Yeah, yeah. She's not even interacting with you right now. She's interacting with her response to power, and she just has something she feels like she needs to prove. It's not you, it's her issues. She's just working them out on you and in your space. People like that get exposed. She's already exposing herself. But the trick with this, the event is that the way this has happened and the way that it's unfolded, you have the choice and the power. If I should quit, but now I won't. Yeah, you have the choice and the power in this to, truly, hun, ironically outlast her, outfight her, outwork her, outcharm her when it comes to your coworkers. And I think some of the reason why she's behaving that way is because she knows it. So that puts her on the back foot to begin with. But if you let her temper tantrum get the best of you, and like it's almost like the kind of bully at a school that is always doing something when the teacher's back is turned. But then the minute you retaliate, it's like the teacher's looking at you and you're the one who gets in trouble because the teacher didn't see the other person. There's that kind of energy going on here. So yeah, and like I said, she's not, you have learned through all of your work in PDS what clear communication sounds like and looks like. Again, in the world of managing up, you may need to work with her around this is the way I need. I love that she's like, I'm not explaining the job to you again, because you're not asking her to explain the job. What you're asking her is to explain how she wants it done, because the job has been getting done. You know how to do the job. Um, you've been doing the job before she showed up. What you're asking for is, listen, I got it that you want it done a different way. Just tell me what that way is and I'll do it. But don't expect that, like, I haven't worked in TV. I don't know the systems you come from. I work in digital media. I have those systems and I'm happy to learn a new system, but for a new system to work, this is what clear communication I would need around it. This is what I would want it to look like. And like I said, like if she's come from television and now she's working in podcasting, this isn't even a lateral move. This is a step down for her. My question is, why is she taking a step down? What's the issue? What's going on here that's facilitating the fact that she couldn't stay in television? So there's that. Yeah, she could be way more professional about this, but she's got an axe to grind about her own pride and her own ego. And like I said, she's trying to get you to react is the energy I've got here. I doubt she's even conscious of it. But if you act out and respond in a childish way to her childish behavior, you're unfortunately the one who's going to be invited to depart, given the circumstance and the way she's played it. But what I would do, like I said, is I would have the conversations that you need to have with HR, the SVP, all of that. And if there's one or two people that have, that really have your back at the job, I know you're new, you're not as new as she is, but you're still new. If there's one or two people who might be willing to say something to HR, like, look, Crystal's been a really great asset. I understand that she's gotten this notice that her work is in danger. I know it's what happens to her impacts all of us. What's happening between her and the supervisor impacts all of us. I just wanted to say, working with Crystal has been excellent. Here are the benefits I've gotten since she's been here. And if there's a way that the two of them can work this out, that would be preferable to seeing Crystal leave. And that's not saying it doesn't throw her, the new boss under the bus. You're not asking for them to do that, and it doesn't say like, hey, it's not tattletelling on the behavior. It's just them saying, listen, Crystal's an asset. I would love to see her stay. This is what she does for me. When she came on, this and this changed. If there's a way for them to, if you can kind of coach them through that kind of conversation and they're willing to go to bat for you a little bit, it doesn't have to be everyone, just one or two people. You're going to find, and here's the other thing, I think the SVP may know her friend is a little like this, is the vibe I'm getting. And that this job is kind of like a trial run that maybe, I'm okay. Here's really the intuitive hit I'm getting, the channeled read. Your SVP doesn't have good boundaries with this girl. So this girl has actually muscled her way into the job because she feels bad for her friend. But what she's seeing and what she knows about this girl is that chaos ensues wherever she goes. And so she's just kind of allowing this to play out. Because she doesn't suspect that this girl's going to be in the job very long either. But she's letting it play out and, kind of going along with, okay, fine. So you don't like the way Crystal works. Let me just get you whatever tools you think you need so that I can say, I've done my due diligence to support you. And if for some reason you still can't perform the job, then I have ample reason to fire you. But you can take that energy that showed up in your reading of the rage quit and you can take that out of your space. It's still in the space, but that would mean that she's the one that would have to adopt it. Like I said, I know your chart, Crystal. You can outwork her, outlast her, outpatience her, outcharm her, out ally her. 5 ways till Sunday. This is in part why she's picking on you. So, that's really all there is to do. But unfortunately, that's the shadow side of having all of that Scorpio energy there is are you more powerful in the circumstance? Yes. But are you also more sensitive, more easily triggered in the circumstance? Also, yes. So you're going to have to really get control over the triggers so that you're able to navigate this with the power and grace that's afforded to someone with a large Scorpio stellium in their chart. So let me see what you guys are saying here. My coworker Taji has my back. Queen of Water's like, get her details. Let's read her. I'm gonna be more mature since I'm on. Yeah, you need to treat it like jobs are a dime a dozen. I can always get another one. Like I'm always taken care of. Source has my back. This has been a wonderful situation for me, and I know I'll land in another wonderful one if this isn't a fit. Just approach it with as much calm dignity as you can, the vent. Same vibes you brought to your twin, you're bringing to, the triggers in this situation. Okay, Kylie, let me get your non-depressing question. I can't wait to hear what it is. You're welcome, Crystal. You're very, very welcome. Yeah, so Queen of Water knows strong grace, strong dignity. When you have a lot of Scorpio in your chart, and the event has like 5 or 6 placements, like good luck. Somebody trying to get one over on you. Good luck. I wish them well. They're more likely in their acts of sabotage to cut off their own fingers while putting together the bomb than they are to blow you up. So good luck. Vent says, I'm a fine her deets. What you'd be better off doing, the vent, is to tap your networks to dig up, understand like where was she before this, her last 2 jobs, and why did she leave? Why is she not still in those jobs? And why is she not still in television? Right? Anyone who's in television, podcasting is a major step down. I don't want to put it that way. It just is. Even though podcasts are on the rise, it's a new format, it's new media. It does not have the clout that the last 60 years of the television industry have created for a person. Why isn't she over there still? Yeah. So I would, if there are people in your network that sit between you and her that are willing to have a conversation, utilize LinkedIn. Willing to do a chat, willing to do a coffee to help you just better understand how to work with her personality. Why did she leave the organization she's been at? That would be what there is. That would be useful. I don't know how you're going to use that information, but you'll be able to use it at the right time with the abundance of Scorpio energy that you have in your chart. You'll know how to use it when the time is right. But do a little homework, gather some intel. Might be useful. Okay. And in the meantime, keep your cool. Don't let her goad you into reacting, because you are more sensitive than her, but you're also more powerful than her too. Believe it, that one. believe that about one of my mans, and I started crying. Any insights? Oh, Miss Kylie. Who's this man? Yeah, that Whitney Houston song. Okay. Illinois. Waukegan. Three 26 1996 2:15 a.m. Yeah. Also check out that book, Managing Up. And like just do some research on managing political alliances in corporations. Um, oh, Kylie, what's the sun and the moon sign of the man you heard this related to? Do you know his sun and moon sign? Yeah, that's an intense one. Let me see why you would have heard something like this. What's going on in your chart? Oh, yeah. With Saturn trine your moon, there is a level of durability that emotionally you're calling in, you're trying to manifest. Saturn has the staying power. Moon is about your emotions. With the two of these coming together, you're in a period of time where you've gotten far more serious about relationships, far more like, okay, what's really going on here? Like, you're not just sticking around to figure out, like, is this going to go somewhere? How does it feel? There's a knowingness in this energy and like a clarity around like depth of emotional connection with Saturn sextile moon or trine moon in this way, especially moon on the seventh house cusp line. Like I don't know if you're cognizant of this, could have been the Aries with the Gemini moon or the Aries with the Sagittarius moon. Yeah. Somebody with a Gemini moon really would have hit you hard. Somebody with a Sagittarius moon would have hit you hard too, because their emotional orientation falls in your house of wish fulfillment. The emotional orientation of the other person makes you feel at home. This is really giving me the vibes around there's a person that one of these two is a person that you do feel really at home with, and that's the sensation you're looking for. Whether you are conscious of it or not, I think emotionally the energy is moving into your field that you're always going to be actively in love with this person, even if this person isn't going to be present in your life space for reasons, what they're going through, what you're going through, what there is to learn on your side, what there is to learn on their side. I think you're coming to the clarity that there's an absoluteness to the bond, especially with Pluto conjunct Neptune. This is spiritual bond energy. This is spiritual connection, spiritual power energy for sure. And you have this lovely Uranus North Node conjunction right here on top of your Venus, really instigating a deeper love, a more powerful love, a divine love coming up in you. So I'm not sure which one it is. I think you know who this is, but there is this energy that's showing up in your chart where it reads like my soul is calling out for real love that lasts, and it's getting mirrored back to you that there's an eternal love inside of you that one or the other of these people has really instigated, but is giving you the opportunity to anchor more love inside of your own life. Yeah, Kylie she has an abundance of Aries energy, similar to your abundance of Scorpio energy, but you still have more Scorpio than she has Aries. But yeah, it's a lot of Aries energy in Kylie's chart. She's got the Mars, she's got Mercury, she's got Sun, South Node, and Eris all sitting in um, Aries. You know what's interesting, Kylie? This during the Mercury retrograde, this energy would have been up for you. You would have had some like revisitation of past memories, and even perhaps some conversation or dialogue or flirting that would have illuminated where this person is at right now and helped you to understand two things. One, the love is eternal. Two, why it's not unfolding in the third dimension in a more forward movement way right now. The Mars retrograde that happens in the same damn location here in with this fifth house energy, Gemini, at the tail end of the year is going to bring whichever person this is right back around. The first one I fell in love with, the second one I blocked again, and emotionally is a lot better. Yeah. So as I'm looking at this, I don't think it's done. I think that's probably why the song hit the way it hit, even though you've heard it, you know, your whole life long. I think the song hit the way it hit because this isn't done, but emotionally there's some shaking up. There's some inner work that needs to happen to make things on their side too, to make this have room to live in the third dimension again. The vent says it's always odd that I have so much and I feel really innocent and the attack Scorpios receive. Yeah. Yeah. It's anyone with heavy Plutonian energy in their chart. They become objects of open attack. It's very common when you have a prominent Pluto placement. So, it's true. I've been peeping what Queen of Water is saying to you. I think you do know who this is. I think you're pretty clear about it, but I think the reminiscing that like this period of time had to have been gone through, so that you can understand again that your love is eternal and also have that illumination. This is why it's not manifesting at any other way at this point. Clarity, illumination about where these people are at and what they're dealing with and why and how. It's just not a match, not a fit in the third dimension right now, despite this eternal love that you have. So that's what I got, my lady. I hope that's a little bit helpful for you and gives you just a little bit of insight, a little bit of clarity, um, and gives you, you know, that sense of like, okay, I'm not crazy. There is something going on. And essentially, what I'm seeing there is the setup. It's the setup for something to unfold again at the tail end of the year. Mars or Mercury retrograde thinking, Mars retrograde actions and behaviors. But yeah, Queen of Water's right. She is right. Okay, beloveds. Um, the Whitney is your twin's favorite singer. Love it. Yeah. I mean, I definitely got by the configuration in your chart that not whomever you're dealing with and what I was seeing there, it's just not time yet. Based on the way you phrase your question, it's just not time yet. Real hard to get people in my corner. Yeah, the season you're in is one about having your own back, Kylie, which I know we've talked about some, but it's going to get easier in the next year. With Jupiter moving through your Aries stellium, it's going to be much easier in the next 1 year, this June to next June. So hang in there, girl. Hang in there. You guys, it's been so much fun hanging out with you. Carmen, I'm so glad you decided to stop by. Thanks for saying hey. For all of those who are quiet, but just silently listen in, just know that I see you when the numbers tell me you're here, even though I don't see you chatting, and just know that I'm sending you love. I'm sending you blessings. And that I'm hoping that your path goes smooth and smoother than it has ever been. It is so much fun to do this, as you guys know. Like sometimes I like crave it. I crave being in the reading space. So I love being able to do this for you. It's, like I said, it's just a lot of fun for me. And I'm always glad and grateful when you guys come and hang out. I'm wishing you all the love. Congratulations on the breakthroughs, the event, and trust. If it's meant for you to be somewhere else, you will, in fact, be excused from that job, but at a time when the perfect next job is already lined up, you won't need to worry about it. So hang in there, the vent, hang in there, Kylie. It is going to get easier for you. And just trust the changes. The changes that are happening, Kylie, are taking you someplace good. And after this Mercury retrograde, I do see some things moving forward for you creatively, work wise, project wise, money wise. So hang in there. My lovelies, so much fun. You're welcome, Kylie. You're welcome, the vent. I'm cheering for both of you and Miss Queen of Water. You guys all take care and bye for now. Fairy God Mom K Moon.